Test, test. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Bob Harb. I'm your school moderator, and it appears we're going to have more than a full house tonight. So the staff asked me to remind you, would you please move in so as more people come, they can fill in the seats instead of trying to crawl over you. We do have reserved rooms, and we're waiting to see how many more people we have and what we need to move people. It's possible we may move some of the non-voters into the side room, give us more room for the voters. So I give a warning to you non-voters. We have a room with a TV and a mic, mic audio so you can listen and hear. But it depends how many people we have. So just stay alert, and we'll try to start on time, but we need everybody to check in. Thank you very much. Test, test. Can I have your attention again? Thank you very much. As they always say, don't shoot the messenger, but we have so many people lined up. I regrettably have to tell the non-resident, non-voters, we're going to need to move you into the chorus room. There's over 100 seats in there. So if you just come down from the gallery, take your left, you're going to see overflow room. You go through the exit doors, it's the room right on the right. I appreciate it and thank you for cooperating. Sorry I have to move you, but we have so many people here. We'd like to have the voters here. Thank you.
Passing that up.
Just to remind everybody, all the non-voters, you're in the chorus room to my right through the exit doors on the right, so everybody in here should be a voter with a card. And I'm going to ask again, because there's not a lot of empty seats, but I see some, and there's still Danville people checking in. So if you can move so that they'll have a place and they don't have to jump over you, that'll be great, because we need to fill the room before we go to a side room for voters. So I'd really love to have all the voters in this room if possible. So if you can move, and when somebody comes in, make believe you're in church and tell them where the empty seat is, okay? Thanks. Somebody's questioning your integrity, but it's not me. But we'll find out when we take a vote who's not here. And we have policemen, which we don't want to use. So I'll ask again, if you're not a voter, we really need resident voters in the room. I'm sure you'll cooperate like the people. We moved over 100 people into that room. So I appreciate everybody's cooperation, especially moving in so we know where the empty seats are. We know what we need to do. Thank you. We're going to be starting in a few minutes. I'm going to give a couple more minutes for the Danville crowd to sign up, and then we'll see what we need for empty seats.
Please listen for a minute. Is Ann McCulley in the house? Ann, meet me in the back over here by the exit sign. Thank you.
We will be starting momentarily. There's only a few people left checking in, but as I was advised, we have a few other things we can do before we get to the warrant articles. So I'm going to remind you one more time. These people in this room are all voters. You should all have a voting card. Now, if you're standing up, which I know the fire chief who's here won't like that, if you go through the exit door, not that I'm trying to get rid of you, but if you go through the exit door, take a right. There's a chorus room. There's over 100 seats in there. So if you want a seat, you go in there. There's microphones. We'll have people covering you. You can come out and speak in the microphones here. You can hear everything that's going on. So that's for voters. The smaller room on the left is for non-voters. They already have some people in it. So if you're voters, you want a seat, there's nice seats in there. Go through the exit door, take a right, and go in that room. There's a screen and audio so you can hear what's going on. Then you can come out into the mics if you wish. We'll give ample time for the people to come to the microphones before we call a question. I'll just wait 1 minute for you guys to sort of go in the other room. So I'm going to start in less than a minute, 30 seconds. So if you're moving, please could you hurry up and move into the other room? Thank you. Good evening. It's after 7 p.m. I'm calling this deliberative session to order. I'm Bob Harbour, your town moderator. I'd ask everyone, can you please rise and join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance? There's a flag to my right. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States. Please remain standing. The Star-Spangled Banner will be sung by the Timberlane varsity vocalists. Thank you.
And the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting.
Before I start, I'd like those that are sitting on the dais here, starting on my far left, can you just tell everyone who you are, and we'll come all the way down the line. Thank you.
Don Woodworth, Atkinson, School Board Member.
Jack Sapia, School Board, Atkinson.
Marianne Springer, School Board, Danville.
Alyssa Kowalczyk, School Board, Plastow. Brianna Woodworth, School Board, Danville.
Paul DeCane, School Board, Sandown.
Shauna Manthorn, School Board, Plastow.
Mark Sherwood, School Board, Sandown.
Liz Costa, Chair, Budget Committee.
Katie Knutson, School Board, Chair, Plastow.
Justin Krieger, Superintendent of Schools.
Gordon Graham, Counsel for the District.
Maria Watkins, Business Administrator.
As I said before, I'm Bob Harvey, your school moderator. And for those on the head dais, Dean Zanello told me to remind you that the mics are not omnidirectional. The crowd may hear you, but you won't be properly taped, and you couldn't be here on the tapes. So the mics, there's not enough for each one of you. So when you go to speak, you need to grab the mic and speak into the mic close, as Mr. Krieger did an excellent job. So if you can do that, that will help with our taping and with the sound in the room. So next, I'm going to read my ground rules. I wonder why this lady's standing at the mic. No. Can you have a seat until I'm ready to go? Thank you. I didn't see him. Can you sit down too, please? I had asked your leader if he could ask you all to just have a seat. And I was asked to stay. Although their shirts say staff, they're staff for great. They're not staff for the Timberlane.
Point of order. Who's our leader?
The gentleman that I talked to that said he's in charge of you. We could do this all night, or I can get going. So please, thank you. A little cooperation is appreciated. So our ground rules, you'll notice as I get through them, there's one change due to a law change this year, and I'll reference that. No smoking in this room. Check your cell phones. Turn them off or put them on silent. Every person will treat each other participant with courtesy and respect. Any voter who wishes to address the meeting will approach the microphone. There's 2 microphones in the back for handicapped. There's 2 in the front in each of the aisles. You will be recognized by myself, the moderator. You should state your name, spell your last name for the clerk, because the law says if you speak, it's going to be in the record. And we want to spell your name right. And then give your address so we know where you are. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Speakers will remain at the microphone until your question is answered. So if you want a response, just stay there and you'll get it. All questions of the school board, budget committee, anyone else will be directed to the moderator. Each voter who desires to speak on an article will be given a chance to speak to do so before any voter is given a second opportunity or chance to speak on the same issue. Makers of motions and seconds also have to be in the records, so you're going to state your name and the town you're in for the district clerk. Only one amendment will be allowed on the floor at one time. No amendment to an amendment will be allowed. These proposals will be dealt with as a subsequent amendment after the first amendment has been voted on. Amendments must be in writing, and you must sign your name and also print it, because that also becomes part of the technical legal record of this meeting. Secret ballots must be requested by 5 voters who must be present in writing and signed by the voters, verified by the clerk, and made before the vote is on an article. The 5 people that signed for the secret ballot, I will read their names out. They'll have to show their cards, and then we'll know they're here. Challenges to any voice vote require 7 or more voters immediately after it is announced. Then, and that request must be in writing. We're not going to have initial voice votes. We're actually going to have counts. I have 1, 2, 3, 4 counters that's going to go around. When we ask you to raise your cards, do not put them down until the assistant moderator says you can put your cards down, okay? And we may not need to count them. If it looks like it's like 9 to 1, we're not going to count them. But if it looks close, then we're going to count your cards. So we're not going to have voice votes, because we found out many people can yell louder than other people. Reasonable discussion on both sides of a motion will be allowed before I call the question. which will be accepted by me. A two-thirds vote is required to call the question. And I always say, if there's people lined up to speak, those that are at the mic, I'll let them speak before we call the question. So if you want to speak, you need to get up and then get in line behind the mic, and we'll recognize you. Any amendment of financial amounts must be in dollars, please, not percentages. I want to drop it 5%, 10%. You need a number. Upon appeal of any ruling by me, a majority vote will apply. All votes will be by hand count, as I said that. We're going to only use Robert's rules as a guide. Now, here's the change from last year. Both the presenters of a warrant article that are in front of me on my left on the dais and the private citizen warrant articles, they will have at least 10 minutes to speak on the article. I have mentioned that to the citizens that got in touch with me about their articles. They will have a minimum of 10 minutes. They don't have to speak the 10 minutes, but they have a minimum of 10. And to be fair to the crowd and the citizens, I have instructed all these people on the dais, they also are limited to 10 minutes, so that everybody gets 10 minutes. Now, if you're going to speak to an article after the original presenter, that's what gets to the 3 minutes. If you come up and want to add an amendment, that's 3 minutes. Only the initial speaker will be given at least 10 minutes. And if they finish. Now, tonight we have modern technology. Dean Zanello says we need to go modern here in Timberlane. So to my far left, you'll see a TV screen. It's going to tell you 10 minutes. And when your 10 minutes are up, it's not going to say anything. I thought it would be a fireworks or something, you know, or stop. It's just going to go to a blank black screen. And we tested it earlier. So it'll go from 10, it'll go all the way down to 0, and after 0, it'll be a black screen. When we have a black screen, your time's up, okay? Because we have a lot to cover tonight. Same thing for the 3 minutes. It'll start at 3 minutes when you start talking, and it'll go down to a blank screen. So you can look over, or I'm sure the 1,000 people that are here will tell you when your time is up. And at any time, all of you can change these rules. Without any objection, those are my standard rules that I've had for years, other than the 10 minutes, which is required by law. So if there's no objections, those will be our rules tonight. Before we move to the warrant, I understand that there'll be a motion for certain non-residents to speak. Katie Knudsen, you wish to make a motion?
Yes, I do. I'd like to make a motion for the following non-residents to be able to speak tonight. Justin Krieger, Superintendent of Schools; Gordon Graham, District Legal Counsel; Dr. Chris Martin, Executive Director of Operations and Special Projects; Ginger Driscoll, Director of Student Services; Fran DeCinto, Director of Human Services; Mark Pedersen, the TAU Representative; Tracy St. Clair, the TCSU and TAM Representative; and Christine McNee, TSSU Representative.
I'll second that motion. Mark Sherwood, Sandown.
We have a motion made and seconded. Any discussion on that motion? I don't see any. If you're in favor of that motion, the usual speakers, can you raise your cards? Somebody has a point of order. Please come forward to the mic and tell me your point of order.
I had a point of personal privilege. I don't know if anyone else can hear this, but it's a really high-pitched noise, and it's very consistent, and it's kind of annoying. I don't know if we can modulate that.
You can ask Gene Zanello to turn down the mics if you can hear.
Oh, that's way better.
Somebody else had a point of order? That was it. Thank you. Okay, so if you're in favor of those non-residents to speak, please raise your cards. Kevin, you're in the other room, but I see enough cards raised. You can put your cards down. I'll ask. Is there anybody objecting? I have a couple of objections, but it's certainly not enough to overrule the majority, so we don't need the count in the other room. So those persons, the non-residents, will be allowed to speak at the meeting. Now moving on to the warrant article. 2026 Timberlane Regional School District warrant, State of New Hampshire, to the inhabitants of the school district of the towns of Atkinson, Danville, Plastow, and Sandown, New Hampshire, qualified to vote in district affairs. First session annual meeting deliberative, you're hereby notified to meet at the Timberlane Performing Arts Center, 40 Greeno Road, Plastow, New Hampshire, on Thursday, the 5th day of February, 2026 at 7 p.m. This session shall consist of explanation, discussion, and debate of warrant articles number 2 through number 18. Warrant articles may be amended subject to the following limitations. Warrant articles whose wording is prescribed by law shall not be amended. Warrant articles that are amended shall be placed on the official ballot for a final vote on the main motion as amended, and no warrant article shall be amended to eliminate the subject matter of the article. Second session of annual meeting voting. Voting on warrant articles number 1 through 18 will be conducted by official ballot, to be held in conjunction with town meeting voting, to be held on Tuesday, the 10th day of March, 2026, at the town election polls in Atkinson, Danville, Plastow, and Sandown, New Hampshire. Atkinson, voting will be conducted at the Atkinson Community Center, 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Danville, voting will be conducted at Danville Community Center, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Plastow, voting will be conducted at the Plastow Fish and Game Club from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Sandown, voting will be conducted at the Sandown Town Hall from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Article 1 is the election of officers. As you already heard, we're not covering Article 1. That's set by law, but if you read your warrant article, you'll see what you'll be voting on for the school on March 10th. Moving on, Article 2, the operating budget. The average cost per pupil for the preceding year is calculated in accordance with RSA 189:75, capital I, small a, is $23,256. ELA proficiency, 55%, math proficiency, 41%, science proficiency, 32%. Shall the voters of the Timberlane Regional School District raise and appropriate as an operating budget, not including appropriations by special warrant articles and other appropriations voted separately, the amounts set forth on the budget, posted with the warrant or as amended by the vote of the first session, for the purpose set forth therein, totaling $87,970,069. Should this article be defeated, the operating budget shall be $89,347,430, which is the same as last year, with certain adjustments required by previous action of the Timberlane Regional School District or by law. Or the governing body may hold one special meeting in accordance with RSA 40:13X and XVI to hold up the issue of a revised operating budget only. Note, warrant Article 2, the operating budget, does not include appropriations proposed under any other warrant articles. Majority vote required, recommended by the school board 711, recommended by the budget committee 600. Estimated education tax impact will be an increase as follows. If article passes, Atkinson, $1.56, Danville, $4.11, Plastow, $1.94, Sandown, $2.97 per thousand. If article fails, Atkinson, $1.75, Danville, $4.54, Plastow, $2.15, Sandown, $3.30 per thousand. I have a motion to place this on the ballot as written.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a motion made and seconded. I believe, Ms. Costa, you're going to speak to this article.
I'm going to defer to the superintendent at this point.
Mr. Krieger, you have 10 minutes.
All right, thank you, Mr. Moderator. First thing in the admin report, I know that the moderator already went through the election offices that are up. I did want to reflect back to the community. We have so many people here tonight, which just is most excellent. The folks that have submitted their names for candidacy, and this is what we'll be seeing on the ballot, or what you folks will be seeing on the ballot. There is a piece of state information I do want to bring tonight that may have a long-standing impact with us moving forward. HB 751 is open enrollment, or mandated open enrollment across the state of New Hampshire. The House was going to take that up today for a vote. My information is they did not, but either two things will happen with this bill currently. It will be voted on by the House next Thursday, or it will move to conference committee. Why I'm bringing it to the attention of this body is the piece in green on the left. If this moves through, it will require Timberlane School District to send local tax dollars to other communities outside of our 4 towns to pay for students to go to school that choose open enrollment schools. So it has unexpected revenue and expense impact for this district. And the voters in the school district would not have any authority to block or to stop that from happening. I'm bringing it to the attention now because it has a long-standing impact for us. There's potential the state's going to move on this within the next week. If you need information as the voting body, please reach to me at my office over the next week. I am happy to provide all the information I have on this bill and potential impacts so that you are informed, so that you can make any decisions you want to as a resident of this community. In terms of doing some unpacking of the supplemental budget package, all of you, or hopefully most of you, have a very large packet of information in your hand, or you've got a QR code on your phone. I very briefly want to unpack that packet because there's a tremendous amount of information that could support all of us tonight. Doing this tonight for 3 reasons. I want to provide a full disclosure of the fiscal 27 proposed budget appropriations to the community. I want informed questions and commentary and discussion tonight here at the deliberative session. And most importantly, third, I'm encouraging voter reach out to myself and my office over the coming days as we prepare for the vote in March. Here's what you have in front of you. I'm looking at the table of contents of that package. If you could follow through with me, I think it would be enlightening for you. The first piece of that table of contents is the Timberlane Regional School District warrant. We've got 18 to move through tonight. We'll see 4 collective bargaining warrants in addition to 3 by petition. If you please will look at Article 2, I want to unpack for you how you read the record of the Budget Committee in the school board. Article 2 is the operating budget. You will see there, recommended by school board, 7-1-1. What does that mean? It means 7 of the school board members are supporting that budget. 1 is not. 1 has abstained. You will also see 6-0-0 for the Budget Committee. Again, 6 are in support of that proposed budget, 0 are in opposition, 0 abstained. I wanted the voting body to understand how to read those tallies for every successive warrant. The next set of papers in there is pages 14 to 35. This is specific to the fiscal 27 proposed budget. A few things there I want to highlight for you. On page 14, you will see the budget overview. This brings you the voted 26 budget, the 17 adjustments that were made to it, and accompanying notes to provide for the fiscal 27 budget. On page 16, it provides you a great 30,000-foot overview of spending here in the school district, a one-stop shop to look at the big picture. And lastly, pages 17 to 35, that is the full disclosure to the voting body of the proposed budget by account number. The next major section in that packet focuses on the default budget, pages 36 to 55. Few things to highlight for you there. On page 37, that is the voted 26 budget. You will see 9 adjustments made to that with accompanying notes to get at the default budget. You will see a full disclosure of things for the bottom, pages 39 to 55. Full default budget, every account number that's there. The next piece, page 56, you will see the revenue budget. It will include federal, state, local revenues, and it defines the district's assessment. Page 57, you will see tax rates, trends, reports by town. This covers the years 2017 to 2025 and provides you the town budget, the apportionment, the tax rate, the valuation, and the enrollment. Page 58, you will see the total expenses and budget trend report. Again, 2017 to 2025. This will cover 9 years of expenses rising 28%. Over the same course of the budget being raised 31%. Next page, 59, you will see actual expenses trend report, 17 to 25. This includes all funds of the school district. Page 60, you will see the position trends and enrollment report. From 2017 to 2025, this does a great job of visually explaining the relationship between our enrollment and our employment status. Page 61, you'll see the NESDEC historical and projected enrollments, covering historically back to 2014 and projecting out to 2035. Page 62 is the enrollment report. Page 63 is the voting trends report. Page 64 and 65 is the mandated report to voters that are posted publicly and around schools in the district. And then 2 additions from the public hearing, the MS-27, which is the proposed budget, and the MS-DSB, which is the default budget, conclude that packet. Appreciate you listening to that marathon. There's a great deal of information in there, and I want to make sure people know what is in front of them. There is a correction I will need to make here publicly in front of this body in the mandated report to voters. Page 65 of your packet will have the top administrative salaries. I am reflecting for you here the correction in front of you. We will correct it in the packet after this evening, and we will visit the areas around the communities where it is not posted accurately. We will fix that mistake tomorrow. I want to give a brief overview of what we do here in Timberlane.
Mr. Krieger has 3 more minutes. You can stop the clock if somebody has an objection. He's finishing his 10 minutes.
And to not disclose to the voters right now what the accurate salaries are for your top 4 administrators.
So let's let Mr. Krieger finish, and then if you have questions when he's done, we'll entertain questions.
Take a picture. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So what do we do here in Timberlane? We educate 3,200 students, preschool to grade 12, and this is our breakdown. 48% of them are at elementary school, with the remaining 52% at our secondary schools. Who does it? We have 700 human beings working in this district. You can see the breakdown here of teachers and paras and special education staff, support staff, staff working in our facilities department, and administration by number and by percentage. I also want to remind this group that 45% of our employees live within our district. Where does this happen? It happens in 9 buildings of 650 square feet, 1,000 square feet across our district. 7 schools. We have our PAC in the SAU. The average home in our 4 towns has 2,000 square feet. I am looking to translate the district operations to the voters. If I consider that we have 9 buildings at this square feet, and each of our homes have about an average of 2,000, equates to 325 homes. 3,200 students and 700 staff. We have 3,900 people. Break that down between the homes. We have 12 people in each household. We look at the dollars. We have an $82 million budget, 325 homes, $250,000. So looking at district operations and thinking what we all have in common experiences, if you boil down the operations of the school district to a single household budget, then it would reflect 12 people at $250,000. A 2-year historical review for beginning balances and expenses. Fiscal 25, we began with a beginning balance of $16 million. We collected $75 million of revenue. The district spent $84 million. We ended with a $7 million balance. We began this year with a proposed budget of $90 million. The Budget Committee proposed an $88 million budget. The taxpayers in fiscal 26 voted a $82 million budget. Currently, as of today, we've had 7 operational months. 5 of them have been full operational months. We've collected $40 million in revenue.
You have 30 seconds.
And we've expended $42 million. I want to point out to this community that if we did not have a beginning balance at the beginning of this year, we would not have been able to make our last payroll. This is a 10-year historical review of expenditures versus inflation. 2 things I want to point out to the community to the left. The actual spending of the Timberlane Regional School District in 25 equals
Your time's up. Sorry to cut you off. Did have a note that comment was to be made by Ms. Knudsen, just a short comment on the default.
Point of order. I believe the superintendent's time was interrupted by somebody from the gallery. Can we steal that time back to him?
I thought I asked the people in the upstairs to stop the clock. I don't know if they did. They didn't. So you seem to be on top of everything. Do you know how long we stopped? How much time would you like to give Mr. Krieger to make up?
I make a motion to give him 1 minute.
A minute?
Make a motion to give the superintendent 1 more minute.
I think that's sufficient to hear from the voters. So, Mr. Krieger, you have another minute,
Appreciate that, Mr. Moderator.
And don't go by the clock because we don't have a minute clock. We only have a 3-minute
Mr.
clock.
Moderator, I will stop when you tell me to stop.
Yes, thank
10-year
you.
historical review, looking at actual expenses and adjusting them for inflation over the last 10 years. The fiscal 25 actual spending equals the spending of the Timberlane Regional School District 10 years ago, adjusted for inflation. Two things I want to point out that are happening around our region with neighbors that have very equivalent student populations and very equivalent buildings to take care of. The Dairy Cooperative School District's Article 2 operating budget is being proposed at $113 million this year, $25 million more than Timberlane. Salem is proposing $98 million, $10 million more than Timberlane. And lastly, summarizing this budget process, we started at $92 million. The Budget Committee asked to see $10 million of potential non-required cost items reductions. I presented that to them on the 13th and 24th of November. On December...
Time's up, and I wish if you stop yelling at us up here. If you have a comment and have a point of order, go to the mic, please. Otherwise, we'll be listening to everybody yell all night. So thank you. Ms. Knutson had asked for a few seconds just to talk about the default budget as just the next speaker on my list. Ms. Knutson.
Yep, just waiting for my slides. You gotta keep going. All right, our default budget, again, it's done by a RSA. This right here is the default overview, which, as Mr. Krieger stated, you have in your packet. Let me finish.
You have a question, sir?
Point of information, Mr. Moderator. The statement was made that the expenditures for the year are at $40 million. Just a point of clarification, the expenditure is at $32 million. There has been encumbered monies to equal $40 million.
It's been suggested to me that's not a point of information. After Ms. Knutson finishes her very brief presentation and discussion on the default, then I'll ask for comments on the warrant article. Then you can say whatever you want to say. Okay, so can we just let her finish so we can move along? Thank you. Ms. Knutson.
2 more seconds. Here are the budget drivers for the default budget. Again, you have these in your packet. And that's it.
The gentleman that was at the mic that sat down, did you have a question you wanted to ask someone on the dais?
Point of order, he already spoke and then sat down? Right. So he's... But it's his point of order. Is it...
So he's going to make you go to the end of the line, so, you know, it's not me. Talk to the man in the green shirt. You know, this lady has been waiting to speak on the article, so your name and address.
Julia Doherty. I have to give my full address. Academy Ave in Atkinson, New Hampshire. I move to amend Article 2 by deleting the figure $87,970,669 and replacing it with $88,054,569, so the operating budget shall total $88,054,569. This increase of 0.01% reflects the restoration of one interventionist position. The cost of this increase is minimal to the individual taxpayer, but invaluable to the students of Timberlane, who benefit from this position.
Can I interrupt you? The motion was to change the number. Do we have a second on her motion? Second. Name and address for the clerk.
Larry Gladhill, 31 Pollard Road, Plastow.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Now you can continue.
So the students of Timberlane who benefit from this position each and every day. Currently, interventionists serve 160 middle school students, including those most at risk of falling through the cracks. They provide 5 critical supports: math intervention, math enrichment, reading intervention, reading enrichment, and executive functioning skills. These services have demonstrably improved student outcomes, with many former intervention students now achieving honor roll status at the high school level due to the support they received in the middle school. Without this position, more students would be placed into unified arts during their intervention block, creating significant class size issues in those programs, while simultaneously removing essential academic support that has helped turn around their learning and education. For these reasons, I urge the passage of this amendment.
May we see the amendment with your signature on it, please? I'll read her amendment again, and then we'll have discussion on the amendment. I move to amend Article 2 by deleting the figure $87,970,069 and replacing it with $88,054,569 so that the operating budget shall total $88,054,569. Discussion on the motion to amend. Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. Chris Tardif, Atkinson. Last year, a group of individuals, Conley Road, Atkinson. Last year, a group of individuals came in here and succeeded in cutting over $6 million on the proposed budget. This included 52 positions. We're gonna clap for 52 positions being eliminated.
Will be in order.
The technology department. Reduced AP and special education classes. Our test scores are too low. Why are we removing advanced placement classes and special education that children need a little bit of extra help? Last year, a group of people came in and lied to our faces that no programs would be cut, no staff would be cut. There has been a deep dissection into every dollar spent. Remember that? There wasn't. There will be no cuts to staff and programs. Well, there was.
Can we please not just shout out? We're going to give everyone the same respect. We're going to give this guy a few more seconds.
Minutes. Over the past month or so, they have increased the rhetoric. How can we opt out of Timberlane, they say. Can't wait till you taste this expletive when we kick the budget down. Are we fighting to reduce taxes or defund public schools? Yes to the first part, the second hopefully follows. They are not fighting for affordability, they're not fighting for your taxes, and they're not fighting for seniors. They're trying to make it impossible to run this district. The Budget Committee and School Board already tried to avoid this exact situation from happening by cutting over $5 million from their original budget. But that's not good enough. The roof of this building, right here, this beautiful building that we just packed, $700,000 to repair it, gone. We're not doing it. Sandown Elementary School, sprinkler system, needs to be repaired. Guess what? Gone. Not happening. It's already been cut. But that's not good enough. That's my time. We are better than this, Atkinson. We're better. Plastow, Sandown, Danville, we are all better than this. I support this motion. Our education system didn't fail us. We can't be the ones to fail it for our children.
We'll be in order, please. Hold your applause. Thank you. Go to this mic on the motion to amend.
All right. Ryan Older, 197 Long Pond Road, Danville, New Hampshire. I just want to say I was here last year, and I look at this room. It's a packed house. I just see a lot of people who care about seniors. They care about kids' educations. They care about their neighbors, and I think that's amazing. I love this passion. Some people also really care about fiscal responsibility, which I think is pretty important. But I was here at the meeting last year, and we did say that it wouldn't impact the students and that there was stuff worked into the budget. And we did lose 37 positions. And some of those people, they did work with the kids. And now we're proposing, even at this level, losing, well, now it would be 20 positions. I think that's a deep dive. I think that's a deep cut. I think everyone's getting hurt. I think my town of Danville is getting hurt a lot. I think that our students are getting hurt, and I'm sad that it's that way. But I also think we can't cut our kids' educations off at the knees. We got to help them too. And this is going to be tough on everyone. And I didn't know I'd have so much time, so this is so nice.
You can always sit down if you want.
No, I don't want to sit. I don't want to sit. I just thought I only had 2 minutes. I just want to say I think transparency is really important, and I didn't think I'd have a chance to say this, but I do run a program in this district, and I have received funds from this district, and I think that's important to be honest about. Just about $13,000 of that came from the middle school. Somebody could correct me if I'm wrong, but all of that money, I believe, from the middle school was raised by the students' parents and some of the staff who pitched in, and the PTA. We did do a program for the Danville Elementary School for $1,200, which is a huge loss for us. And then we did another small summer program for a group of kids from Timberlane. I just wanted to be transparent about that. We do our best to help kids. And I hope when people come up, if there are things that can be cut from this budget, I'd really appreciate it if you could say what it is, like what that line item is. Because if we're gonna do it, I wanna see it. That would really help me. Last thing, I think this is the most important thing. I think that this whole community gets pitted against each other by the state of New Hampshire. Come on, only 25 seconds. I just think that it's really unfair the way we raise money for education, and to be quite honest with you, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I think there are better role models like the state of Florida, the state of Massachusetts, and the state of Texas, and they all do it differently than we do, and they do it a little bit better. And I think anybody wants to go down to the State House and argue about how we fund education to help everyone in this community, I'll go with you.
I'll recognize the lady on my far left at that mic.
Sheila Lowe's, Hawkwood Road, Sandown. Point of clarification on two things. Number one, the Budget Committee reduced the budget by $3,887,476. That's the actual number, not 5. I have a question for our CFO. Maria, I'm looking at the proposed budget, and I'm looking at the sheet of all the things we add and all the things we take out. I'm also looking at a email that we received as the Budget Committee on December 15th of all the things that were removed by the Budget Committee. And somehow I still see this $844,000 still sitting in the lease. And it should be not there. Because it was decided that you were going to postpone Phase 4 for a year, the payment.
Yeah, the increase that is in the list for the 2027 budget is to pay for the payments of Phase 2 and 3 that are due this year. The payment for Phase 4, which is the new phase, will be in fiscal year 2028. So this increase is to pay for Phase 2 and 3.
Okay. So now I have a question for the lawyer, please.
Well, there's a whole bunch of lawyers here.
Attorney. Lawyer for the district. We passed an article, a warrant article, a special warrant article to raise and appropriate $2,061,000 to pay for the lease every year for 20 years. We are raising and appropriating in the budget because this year only $1,061,000 went into these lines. So now it's being raised and appropriated for $844 more. My question to you is, how are we raising and appropriating $844 more when we already passed a special warrant article giving $2,061,000?
Point of order, Mr. Moderator.
I'm sure the gentleman's going to say we're supposed to be speaking to the amendment to reduce, but can you connect the two? I'm losing
trying to
it.
connect the two because we shouldn't be raising and appropriating anything for the lease payment because we're already putting in $2 million, which is part of the operating budget. So there should not be an add in there just because the administration decided to take $1 million out of this year's budget.
Excuse me, it's not being double paid. When you approve the original lease, and that what you're doing is warning voters what the lease payments could be. You're not obligating the district to pay that amount each year. In the event that there are changes in the future based on interest rates, based on prepayments, based on a variety of things, that number can fluctuate some.
But
you're telling voters in that lease payment that these could be the lease payments. You're
But we're
appropriating.
not going over the $2 million,
If
sir.
I
Can you
could
let him finish, please? Thank you.
What you're telling them, and what the Warren article is going to say, I believe, is that you're appropriating a sum of money for the first year of that lease payment, and that these are going to be the lease payments in the future. In this case, there were a variety of phases, and those lease payments changed. The district has entered into an agreement to pay those lease payments, and it's now required to make those payments. I will leave it to Maria to tell you whether or not it's paid twice, but I don't believe it is.
Okay, so Sheila, if you follow me, the $800,000 that you see as an increase, we left it because the decrease of $900,000 came as the $3.3 million that the budget committee increased.
How does this correlate to the act of amendment?
Because it's part of the operating budget.
It hasn't been correlated.
It is.
So if you go to page 34 of the handout, which is the line item, you see that the principal on the lease is at $451,194.
Correct.
And the interest is at $553,870. So that is about $900,000 that we are going to pay in 2027. That is the amount that is there. So it's actually less than $1 million. That's what was left. So it's increasing by $877, but it's a decrease in the $3.2 million of $900,000.
Correct. I follow you there, Maria. What I'm not following.
I think your time is, I think she answered your question. Thank you. I'm going to go to this, Mike.
Real quick, just a couple of things. On this amendment, it was mentioned.
Name and address?
I'm sorry, Steve Maglio,
Address?
Schoolhouse Lane, Sandown.
Thank you.
And someone speaking on behalf of all these different groups, one of which was seniors, thank you, we'll talk for ourselves. I was very much in favor of the $82 million budget last year. Wonderful reduction. Seems like we made it through and still had $7 million to carry over to this year. So that was done right. We knew that was the next thing I was going to talk about. People say it wasn't going to have an effect. What we couldn't do when we made the changes was decide how it made effects. And they're the ones that decided how. And we're way too top-heavy. So there's still room for savings. We need to bring the budget down, not up. And proposing an $800,000 or whatever it was change to bring this up to $88 million is not going to guarantee hiring somebody. So you can't propose it to be for that person that you think you need, because they can do whatever they want with it once they get it.
Go to that mic, sir.
Larry Gladell, 31 Pollard Road, Plastow. I'm here to speak on behalf of the children in our school district, the children that don't have representation and that are on special education and that have IEPs. If you recall the population that the superintendent shared, that is the equivalent of our entire middle school. 22% of our district have kids that need extra help just to have equitable access to education. With this increase, we bring back an interventionist. We stabilize this. Now, when you look at the joint session, I came late because I was in my daughter's bedroom putting her to bed, and all I could hear is the budget committee proposing reductions in special education, the library services, and technology. What world do we cut these resources? These things, may I have my time? What world do we live in? Do we take these resources away from children that need that extra help? Thank you.
Go to the mic on my right.
Good evening. Ryan Lebrecq, 174 Main Street. Thanks. Plastow. Thank you, Mr. Superintendent, for the budget presentation. I'd like to also unpack the budget. The district, the budget supporters, and the non-budget supporters have all presented charts, graphs, data, anecdotes, etc. ad nauseum, myself included. While I will undoubtedly bring some of that forth this evening as well, as myriads of others will, what it really comes down to, everything boils down to, a single reality. Can this community afford more compounded every year? In my opinion, that answer is no. The juice isn't worth the squeeze. I would argue that eventually, even the budget supporters will hit their breaking point as well, when they're broke. Mirroring the words of Bruce Fenton recently in Durham, if you can't pay your taxes, don't be poor. Now, what's not often talked about from a data perspective is the reality of what these increases mean. For Plastow, the budget combined with the town increases represent a $1,000 tax increase for 21% of the property owners, an up to $2,000 tax increase for 54% of the owners, an up to $3,000 tax increase for 20% of the owners, and an over $3,000 tax increase for 5% of the properties. 80% of these increases are due to this budget that we're discussing tonight. To those that claim we dislike kids and we don't support increases because we don't have kids, for our household personally, 11% of our yearly expenses currently support the children of this district. I argue that is enough. Each family spends $30 to $50 a day, depending on your property value, to support the children while they're in school and learning. After-tax wages would suggest that someone making $42 an hour spends an hour a day during the school year effectively working to support this district. Let's talk about the ability to afford more. The average family income in Plastow is $109,000, Danville $112,000, sorry, the median. $112,000 in Danville, $144,000 in Atkinson, $137,000 in Sandown. Breaking that down, $43,000 for federal Social Security, Medicare, $36,000 for mortgage, taxes, and insurance on a modest house of $400,000, $18,000 in food a year, $3,600 a year in electric, $2,500 in heat, total of $103,100. At that point, you still need to cover cars, car insurance, cell phones, internet, maybe some fun, kids' activities, and on and on and on. That leaves about $5,500 in Plastow to live, and more in other areas.
Thank you. I'll go to the left mic.
Hi. Hi, Kelly Diver, 15 Hickory Lane, Danville, New Hampshire. I am talking here because I want to know when we hit too much. I really want to know when we hit too much, because what I am looking at here is that the average cost per pupil is $23,000, and in-state tuition at UNH is a little over $15,000. I could send my son to school at UNH and he could get a better education, because what I'm looking at here is that the math proficiency is the English language, 55%, math proficiency, 41%, science proficiency, 32%. And I'm not saying that people don't care. People care very much. These teachers here care very much. The people in the community here care very much. But we also understand when we're getting a product that is not good. And I can't stand here and watch. My husband works way too hard, and the money that we receive, and my poor son, who now his future is being stolen from him because I can't send him to college. My money is going here. So what the hell? When is it too much? That's what I want to know. Right now. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
I'm going to recognize from the dais, Mr. Sherwood.
Thank you very much, Mark Sherwood, Sandown. Just to respond to a couple comments and to put things into perspective. This is regarding the amendment and the budget. In order to get to this budget that we are proposing now, in 2025, 18 positions filled and unfilled were cut. In 2026, 37 positions. In order to get to this number, in 2027, the people up here and in BudCom recommended cutting an additional 25 positions, 21 of which were real people in front of our children. So to suggest that we're not cognizant of the needs and to suggest that the decision is ours, where to cut and we don't have to cut personnel, is blatantly false. Additionally, I would like to point out that inflation is killing all of us. It is killing our town budgets. It is killing our towns, especially the towns of Sandown and Danville. None of us up here are blind to that. Sandown and Danville are disproportionately lifting the load. I get that. But for perspective, over the last 5 years, Atkinson's town budget average increased 12.5%. Danville, 7.25%. Plastow, 7.25%. Sandown, 6.5%. These are averages. The Timberlane Regional School District, including the outlier year of 2024, has increased 2.75%. Less than any of the towns were able to do. We are under the same strains and constraints that every town is. It's personnel, it's salaries, it's benefits. We have had a 14% last year, a 14% increase to the salaries and benefits for our employees, the ones who are still around. In that itself drove up our budget by over 3%. We cannot affect what healthcare is going to, it's going to cost us to provide healthcare. That's out of our control. Transportation, that's out of our control. The cost of paving our garages, that's out of control. For that reason, I am supporting this amendment, because if we can add one additional front-facing person for our most vulnerable students after we have cut as much as we were able to safely, I'm in support of that. And just to reflect upon a prior comment, as far as Timberlane being top-heavy, as our population at Timberlane has gone down, so have the number of positions in Timberlane. As a matter of fact, from 2017 to 2026, the student population has decreased approximately 11%. And if these cuts that we have proposed for this year, our personnel, Timberlane positions, will have decreased by 13%. So if we are top-heavy now, we are much more top-heavy before. I don't believe we are. Thank you.
Recognize the speaker here at my right, Mike.
John Downing, Phillipswood Road, Sandown. How much can we afford? That's the biggest question. How much can we all afford? Last year, the majority spoke at deliberative. People will make an argument that the majority of the voters were not here. Well, the majority of the voters spoke in the voting polls. The majority said, we need to cut. They voted for a smaller budget at the voting booth. When we cut that last year, we cut it. When we saw our proposed budget this year, blatantly in our face, saying to restore the money that was cut in last year's budget. A cut is a cut, not added to the next year's budget. A cut is a cut. We spent $75 million to run this district last year. Year before, whatever. It keeps going up $2 million every year. Add the $5,885,000 you guys want this year. Where does that leave us? From what we spent. I challenged the superintendent, sitting with him, to actually show me where in any document it will tell us the actual $1 that have been spent out of a bank account to run the district. Not credits, not reimbursables, not grants. Every single graph that is shown has an asterisk, which is giving everybody a perception that we spend $90 million a year. That is not true. How many $1 bills, Mr. Krieger, do we spend to run the district? I need to know the dollars we spend.
Krieger, do you wish to answer as
No
well?
rebates, no nothing, dollars.
We will get that information for you, John. We'll be looking at it right now.
Back to the point of order that I had earlier. There is always a misconception when numbers are given to us that we are at a spend of $40, $50 million 6 months through the year. The average person is going to say double that for 12 months, and we're at $100 million spent. What is not being stated out loud is we are not being told how much is encumbered. A lot of outliers that are looking in and not understanding how this works. Encumbering money is going to make it look like we have expended way more than we have. So when we say we've spent to date, I noticed, I had to go back in and look after I spoke earlier. Yesterday, the district website was updated, and all of a sudden, we're at a spend of $42 million. It was at 32, and we were stated in the last school board meeting, it was 40.
We'll be in order, please. I think we have an answer for you.
So to answer the
By-
To answer the first question, if you turn in your package at page 58, that is a summary of the total expenses for the Timberlane Regional School District. This is the money that has been spent each of the years from 2017 to 2025 in all of the programs that the district runs. The most recent year, fiscal year 2025, the actual expenditure for the district was $86,134,265. As of today, February 5th, 2026, our actual expenses for the fiscal year 2026 are $42,018,630. There is a report with the line item detail posted both in the school board website and in the budget committee website. Those are actual expenditures, money that has been paid to vendors, to employees, and expenses that are being paid. We have encumbrances year to date of $34,334,015 that are separate from the actual expenses of $42 million as of today.
Mr. Moderator, can we have the asterisk at the bottom of the page explained so that the understand? The
That's-
asterisks at the bottom are money that
Can we have some order here? I think she answered your question, and if you want to get back in the end of the line when everybody else is done, you can ask a second question. Gentleman in the green shirt.
Michael Boucher, North Broadway, Atkinson. I've been hearing a lot of people talk about how they're struggling, how they support the schools, and it makes me wonder how much of a community we really are. Some people talk about how they don't have enough money to pay for things, how they're on fixed incomes. The last deliberative that I was here, I was 1 month away from being laid off. Today, I'm here laid off. The one thing that I'm thinking to myself is that this school district is not my problem, okay? The reason why the budget is so high is because of all the same economic reasons we're all been dealing with. I don't know what kind of random numbers you have on Facebook. The facts are coming from the school board. It's coming from the budget committee. The situation that we're dealing with right now is not going to be easy. There's no point that I think that we should be thinking to ourselves that we need to take it out on the school system by cutting the budget. Personally, for me, I'm fine with the proposed budget. But the amended budget right now is for one extra interventionalist, or rather to restore the interventionalist. And if we're worried about test scores, the one person you want to keep is an interventionalist. If we truly care about these test scores, the one thing you're not going to do is keep pulling back at the staffing. We've already heard from Mark how many times we've reduced our staff. If we keep doing this, we're not going to have much of a school district left. And then think about that. Imagine paying your taxes towards a school system that does absolutely nothing. Is that the kind of future we want? I don't know if you heard it earlier, there was a baby crying in the background. I was thinking that, are we going to prepare a future for our children if we're going to go on this path hurting our district? I understand that people are struggling. Trust me, I definitely know. But for this school year, We need to maintain a decent budget. We already cut it last year. It clearly didn't work the way you wanted it to. You can't do it again.
Let me remind everyone that we're talking on the amendment. The amendment is to change the number up to $88,054,569. It certainly would help me if when you come to the mic, you could start with your name, address, and are you in favor or against the amendment? Then we can listen to you, because then I could figure out, are you talking on the amendment? So we'll recognize this lovely lady here.
Erica Stack, 20 Partridge Lane, Plastow, New Hampshire. Yes, I am in favor of the amendment.
Thank you.
I have lived in Plastow for 45 years. I went through Timberlane Regional School District as a student, returned as a teacher, stepped away for 12 years to raise my family, and now I'm back working at the district again. All 5 of my children have gone through or are currently going through Timberlane schools. For the sake of time, I'm only going to speak about 2 of them right now. My oldest son graduated in 3 years and is now a licensed pilot working towards a commercial airline career. My second child is a senior who's been accepted to all 8 colleges he applied to, many with scholarships and honor program. He's an Eagle Scout and has been deeply involved in the music and theater department. So why do you care? Brady never took his SATs. Cameron chose not to submit his test scores to many of the colleges. And yet here they are, successful, capable, contributing young adults. Neither of them relied on standardized test scores to define their success. Recently, I had a conversation with my 18-year-old and I said, well, you're graduating. This isn't going to affect you. He immediately corrected me and said, but it's not about me, Mom. It's about the education of our community and our children. I found that incredibly poignant, because if an 18-year-old understands that, surely we can too. Because we keep hearing that our test scores aren't great and why should we fund these schools? Our kids are more than their test scores. A test can't tell you that a child didn't sleep because their parents were fighting. It can't tell you that a student didn't eat breakfast because they couldn't afford it at home. Or show the teacher who quietly slipped them a granola bar because they care. A test can't show you the student who struggles in math but thrives in music, or the one who struggles in science but finds their voice on the stage, or the one who is challenged by history but can excel on the court. When we cut school budgets, we don't cut numbers. We cut opportunities, support, and lifelines. Timberlane schools shaped my life. They shaped my children's lives. And this isn't about my kids or your kids. It's about our children and the future of our community. Thank you.
At my far left.
Dave Cosio, 9 Belknap Drive, Atkinson. I'm in favor of the amendment. That's a tough act to follow. But I want to personalize this for everybody. My wife Kelly and I had 4 kids go through this school district. Our youngest, 10, was diagnosed with an executive function disorder. She successfully went through the school district with the interventional program, had some interventional help in the younger grades, and then went on to Plymouth State, where she graduated from magna cum laude with a degree in K through 8 education. She's now back here teaching where she got her education. She's a 5th grade teacher at Pollard. She's in that room right now, and she was hoping that we can possibly get this amendment passed because of how it benefited her personally, us as a family, but to tell you that these kids need the help that they can get from every bit of that education, and especially in the special ed. We have another daughter who's a special ed teacher in the Haverhill public school systems, but it is one of the most critical things that we can do as a community when we help those that need it the most. And that goes for the state too. We're all quite angry about the way the taxes have gone up, but the state has also shirked its responsibility to fund public education. I'll yield back my 135 that you guys can have, and I'll yield the floor back.
Thank you.
Evan Kirpus, Sandown, Little Mill Road. I am in favor of this warrant article. I also
amendment
teach
or the
the
warrant
amendment.
article?
Sorry, I apologize. I also teach. I live in Sandown, but I teach out of district. And having an interventionalist is like having an extra parent at home. Nobody in this building who has a child at home or cares for a child or an adult wouldn't say no to having extra help that you know is only beneficial in the most positive ways of a child's growing mind. And to rob a child of extra help in education that is an equitable thing for that child to keep pace with everybody else, for the kids that don't need the extra help, to get that child to the same level, to rob a kid of that is un-American, it's rude, it's selfish, and we can find a way. Now, to everyone's point, I'm getting my butt kicked in taxes like all of you. I'm a teacher. I make squat. It's horrible. Even in Massachusetts, and the taxes are horrible, yes. Okay? Concord's the problem. We can infight all we want. It's the biggest problem. 20,000-ish ballpark, you can look it up. I posted on Facebook, some of you saw it. 15,000 of the 20, just round numbers, is on us. That's horrible. We can't do it. I can't do it. You can't do it. The state coughs up maybe $5 or $6 grand. That's a low number. If they can lift weight a little bit more, that takes some burden off of us. We can make it more proportioned so Danville and Sandown aren't getting absolutely pounded every year. I get it. I'm with you. My child had executive functioning. He came through the school. He's now an amazing 6-year-old over here with Mensonson Company at the middle school, and he is thriving. But he couldn't get there if he, 6th grade, I'm trying to hold back the tears to be honest, okay? He couldn't be there if he didn't have an interventionalist with Mrs. DeCue in his early years and moving on through everybody else at Sandown Central and Sandown North, the amazing job they did to get him to the point where he could self-regulate, he could advocate for himself, he could keep pace and exceed beyond his wildest dreams and our wildest dreams as parents. My wife's here with her best friend, and her child requires a lot of extra care. And I would love it to have her come out here, have all those kids in the band come out here, all these things that we want to cut and take away from interventionalists. You can look those kids dead in the eyeball. You can do it. I'm not doing it. You can do it. And you tell them, no, child, you can't have that at your school because the budget sucks and we don't want to pay for it. You look them dead in the eye and you tell them no. Go ahead.
My far left.
Kayla Gallagher, 9 Stonewall Terrace, Atkinson. I am opposed to this amendment, so I keep hearing that this amendment will bring out better results. So I have a question for the super. Can you guarantee us that your results will be better next year?
No, of course not.
Okay. Can you guarantee us that the 100 incidents of violence that occurred in the district last year will be reduced?
I can say that we will work on it, but I cannot guarantee that.
Okay, so you can't guarantee that. And for the school board and the super, can you guys guarantee us that if this amendment were to pass, that the interventionalist position will be what the money is used for? Guarantee.
I would absolutely support that, 100%.
But you cannot guarantee.
I can guarantee that my vote will be to support hiring back an interventionist.
Okay. Yeah, I'm looking for guarantees from everyone.
Okay.
I would also support that.
Hello.
Are the mics working?
Hi, Jack Sapio. Yeah, I would vote for that. You know why? Because that's what, if this amendment passes, that's the will of the people. So of course, we're representatives and we represent what the legislative body directs us to do. And that's how I've always kind of decided how I'm going to place my vote. The other thing is, I can tell you, I spent a year in the high school relative to the 100 violent acts. If a kid bumps his head on a pole, sometimes it depends, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Superintendent, but I saw virtually no fights the entire year I was at the high school, and it's how you categorize those particular.
It was categorized as 100 incidents of violence.
Yeah,
We all
I
could see it
understand
online.
that, excuse me, but understand.
This is my time, not your time, so I would
Point of
like to
order,
speak
this isn't
now.
a back and forth.
Yeah, I would like to speak
You
now.
asked the board the question.
I think I'm good now. So you guys cannot guarantee us that the schools will be safe.
Can I have some order here, please? Please.
That the educational outcomes will improve, and historic higher budgets have not led to better outcomes. So I encourage everyone else to oppose this.
At the mic on my right, I believe you spoke before the lady behind you. I don't think she's spoken. If I'm correct. I'll recognize you.
Thank you. Good evening, Emily Blair, Squirrel Run Road, Plastow. I stand before you as a former educator and a former Timberlane graduate, 2007, not that anyone was wondering. But I have to say that the reason I went into education, not only did I come from a line of teachers, but there was a teacher here who convinced me to go into it. And it is one of those minority fields. I was a foreign language teacher, and I credit my foreign language teacher throughout the course of high school for the reason we become educators. And I know that we're currently facing a teaching shortage throughout the country. So I am in support of this amendment because always having an extra set of hands in the classroom is an extraordinary aid. I taught 6 classes of 30 students or more every single day, never with a para or with any support. So I am strongly in support of having an extra hand that can roam around the building and assist as needed. Thank you.
Mrs. Sapia, I'll go back to you. I know you wish to speak on this.
Thank you. I want everyone to realize when you say acts of violence, please understand what constitutes that, what makes that up. And I don't think the majority of those cases, one act is too many. But understand what that is. That's 2 kids having a scuffle in the playground, et cetera, et cetera. Relative to the proficiency rates, I don't know of anyone that's happy with them. But just remember, this didn't happen this year. The 11th graders that took the SATs, that happened over a course of a decade. So we're all in that together. Parents, teachers, administrators, school board, we all have to work together to get those test scores up. And I'm going to dedicate the next 3 years, if I'm lucky enough, to do just that. That's where our focus needs to be moving forward. It affects our property values. It affects everything we do. It affects our reputation and the pride that we have in our community. So I hope that parents and everyone and the teachers all work together to get these things out. And it's not just Timberlane, it's the entire country that's on a slide that we can't afford to go down. So let's work on this together and let's lead and let's get up there with some of the other leading towns, districts in the state.
Gentleman over there at that left mic.
Good evening, ladies
Can we have some quiet for the gentleman at the mic? Thank you.
Vince Edwards, Caleb Drive, Danville. I'd like to ask the moderator to call this to vote. This is to raise the proposed budget. This is what the amendment is. And I'd ask the moderator to read the room and ask. The way that this amendment was suggested was to target a single position to fund one person. And that's a drop of water in this bucket. The money that you're asking for isn't an awful lot. And I appreciate what you're looking to do. but it needs to be its own warrant. It needs to be a standalone, you are going to allot this much money for this person. You're asking for 0.01%, I believe is what the number was, semantics. It's not the right place for it. So I asked the moderator, please, we're an hour deep in this and we haven't done nothing so far. So I yield my time.
We have a motion to call the question. It needs a 2/3 vote. If you're in favor of calling the question, please raise your cards. I'm going to ask the moderator. I don't think it's much different, but I'll ask Kevin in the other room, and Jim's going to check this room. We want to make sure everybody knows their cards count. So can you keep them up while we go in the other rooms where we're spread out? You can put them down. If you're opposed, raise your cards. I see one or two, maybe, if I'm lucky, because of the lights. So we're going to move the question. So I'm going to read the motion again, and then we'll ask you to cards, and I'll ask my assistant moderators to be prepared to count. And remember, don't put your cards down until you're counted in all the rooms. We're going to amend Article 2 by deleting the figure $87,970,069, replacing it with $88,054,569, so the operating budget shall total $88,054,569. If you're in favor of the amendment raising the budget, please raise your cards and hold them up. Don't put them down till we tell you to. It looks like a lot of cards to me, so my counters, let's stop counting and let's ask, you can put them all down, everyone, and if you're against it, please raise your cards. Well, they're more than enough that I think we need to count, to be sure. So I'll go back to if you're in favor. If you're in favor, raise your cards and keep them up. I want to make sure everybody's vote counts, so that's why we're taking the time. You're all here, so we want to make sure your vote counts. Thank you for your patience. They're almost done counting. Counters, make sure you tell the people when you're done counting their section, they can put their cards down. They're getting tired. They're done counting the ayes. The people against the motion, raise your cards, please. Counters will tell you when you can put them down.
Go, Jim, go.
Do we have results? In favor of the motion to amend, 587. Opposed, 325. The motion passes. Now we'll have a discussion on the amended article. The gentleman on my left.
Michael Richardson, 10 Sleepy Hollow, Atkinson. Mr. Moderator, I would like to make a motion to amend Article 2, operating budget from the proposed, whatever the new number is, to the amended amount of $85,570,069.
I have a motion made and seconded. Can you pass the motion in, please, with your signature on it?
Go first, baby? Oh. Surprise. I thought she was going to talk.
Current amount. So the gentleman's motion is to amend the current amount of $88,054,569 to $85,570,069. So that's a drop of $3 million and change. To $85,570,069. $85,570,069. Want to speak on your motion, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. So that number, based on the original.
The timer's not reset, Mr.
Oh,
Dean, can you reset?
I can probably do it in that much time, actually.
Go ahead.
Less 500,000 for transportation that was added due to cuts in fiscal year 26. As previously stated, a cut is a cut, not a placeholder. Less 400,000 for equipment that was added again due to cuts fiscal year 26. Less 1.5 million for budgeted salaries that are accounted for in contracted services. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to this mic on the latest motion to amend.
So I'm confused. Are we amending an amendment?
Yes.
We just voted.
You're amending an amendment.
You said, I believe it was said we couldn't do that.
Can't have two amendments on the floor at the same time. We
But we
finished
just
your amendment.
overwhelmingly voted on the first.
We have to take the vote. He's entitled to make an amendment.
Okay, call the vote. I called to bring that. Call to question the new amendment.
I wish I could hear you, but everybody else was talking.
I called
so.
to question the proposed amendment. Second. Call to vote.
If you're in favor of calling the question, raise your cards. I think that's more than 2/3, and we're discussing just the amendment with a number. Thank you. You can put your cards down. So I was just handed a card signed by 5 voters asking for this motion to go to secret ballot. They have a right to do that, so let me read the 5 people. If you're here, raise your card so we'll know you're already checked in and a voter.
Nice smile.
Holly Patterson, where are you? She's got a card. Nolan Pelletier, he has a card. Jessica Pelletier, she has a card. I can't read the next, something Anderson maybe? Name? Mary Anderson, she has a card. Ryan LeBrecq, he has a card. So I'm going to read the motion again, and then you wait for the assistants to tell you to go see your clerks in the band room. They'll give you a card, and you're going to vote. They're entitled to do that. You call the question, and this is on the motion. Subsequent motion to amend the number of $88,054,569 down to $85,570,069. So when you go to vote, if you're in favor of reducing the budget, you're going to say yes. If you're opposed to reducing the budget to that $85,570,069, you're going to say no. So yeah, you're gonna, I said that. You gotta wait till my assistant moderators tell you to go to vote. They're gonna tell you when it's your time, so just stay cool, stay in your place. They'll go around, they go in and vote, come back to your seat. Thank you. Check, check, check. I've been asked to make an announcement. If you are a parent that needs to pick up your child, you can bring them back to the voting area. Kids are allowed. So you be in charge of taking care of them, but you can bring them back. Our school district attorney also said if you need to leave, you can bring your voting cards with you so you don't need to check back in. But you can't give that card to anybody else. So when you come back, bring your card with you if you're leaving. Bring your kids, bring your card, and come back. I've been asked to repeat the motion since not everybody's voted, but people have questions. We had an original motion to amend that passed. That set the budget at $88,054,569. The second motion that you're voting on is to reduce that amount to $85,570,069, a reduction of approximately $3 million. So if you want the budget reduced from the 88 million, you vote yes. If you're against the budget at 88 million and change being reduced, you're going to vote no. Thank you.
Going to vote?
I have to ask my assistant.
Oh, yeah, I did because I went on.
my God.
Can I have your attention, please? I want to make sure everyone has had an opportunity to vote. Voting lines are almost down in the voting room, so I'm giving a final call. If you haven't voted, please go vote. We're going to be shutting down and counting. So please, if you have an opportunity to vote. If you haven't already voted, please go to the voting station. Thank you.
Got pizza delivered?
I would second it.
We're going to be here a long time. Well, I do.
I know. Where is he? It's your turn to watch him. Oh, I should ask for him. Moderator Harb? Moderator Harb? Huh?
Quickly. Ask them if they. We have a count. Reduce the budget, yes, 334. No, 592. So now we're back to the budget as we previously amended it, $88,054,569. I see a lady here at the mic.
I make a motion to end debate on the question of the operating budget and to move to ballot.
Can the second give his name?
And I would also like to close discussion and restrict warrant Article 2.
And I'm going to just ask the school attorney if that's a proper motion, because I've been asked that all night. So is that a proper motion? He says it is a proper motion. So we have a motion made and seconded. This is going to take a 2/3 vote. So hopefully we can go by cards first. Can you raise your cards if you're in favor of ending debate? Sorry for the side rooms, but there's a hell of a lot of cards being raised here. Can those that say no raise your cards? I think we have more than 2/3. I'm going to rule we have 2/3. So Article 2 will appear on the ballot as amended.
Mr. Moderator, do we need to restrict consideration?
It would be a
I make
proper
motion.
time to make that motion.
I make a motion to restrict consideration.
Second. We have a motion made and seconded for the clerk, because she can't see you. Made by Liz, seconded by Ms. Knudsen. All in favor of restricting the reconsideration, raise your cards. Thank you very much. Put them down. Anybody opposed? The ayes have it. Article 2, restricted.
Mark Sherwood, Sandown. I would like to move to take Article 18 out of order. Because Article 18 would enfranchise or disenfranchise the largest number of voters if not seen as voters are forced to leave here, as this has the largest possible impact of any of the articles here. So I would like to make a motion to take Article 18 out of order and have that next.
Do we have a second on that?
Second.
Seconded by many people, but
Shawneman Thorne Plastow.
Yes. So if you're in favor of moving up the agenda item, Article 18, raise your cards. And I'm sorry again for the people on the side, but we have an overwhelming number. If you're against it, raise your cards. I see a few, but I believe we have more than a majority. So we're going to move Article 18 up. I'm going to read the article. Article 18, 2.5% local tax cap by petition. Shall Timberlane Regional School District, TRSD, vote to adopt the provisions of RSA 32:5-B and implement a tax cap whereby the governing body and budget committee shall not submit a recommended budget that increases the amount to be raised by local taxes based on the prior fiscal year's actual amount of local taxes raised by more than 2.5%, recommended by the school board, not really, 090. I have a motion to place this on the ballot as written. I believe the maker is going to say he does. Mr. Pelletier, we have a second. His wife seconds it. Would you like to speak on the motion? And I will tell the group here, the voters here, this is language required by statute, but the percentage isn't required by statute. So if we're going to have anyone that wants to amend it, you can only amend the percentage, not the wording, because the wording is set by law. Mr. Pelletier, speak on your motion. You have 10 minutes.
First of all, I would like to say I'm honored that you think this is so dangerous that you have to move it up and not put it to the voters, so thank you for that. So, good evening, Mr. Moderator, school board members, budget committee, and fellow Timberlane residents. My name is Nolan. I'm a resident of Plastow. I am the one who gathered the signatures for this citizen's petition. Thank you for the chance to speak in support of my warrant article, the 2.5 tax cap for Timberlane Regional School District's operating budget. Let me be absolutely clear from the start. This is only about putting reasonable limits on how fast the school portion of our property taxes can rise each year. Let's take a quick step back in history to 1773. That's right, we're time traveling, folks. I don't have 10 minutes, but I can definitely stretch it out, so. All right. I'd like to take a quick step back to 1773. British passed the Tea Act, forcing American colonists to pay a small tax, 3 cents per pound on tea. It wasn't a huge amount, but it was imposed without real consent, and it represented unchecked power over the people's pockets. What was our forefathers' response? We all know, revolution. They dumped tea in the Boston Harbor and fought for independence because taxation without accountability is unacceptable. We're not calling for revolution today, but the principle is still the same. In Timberlane, school taxes keep climbing faster than most families can afford, while many of us struggle with rising costs and stagnant wages. A 2.5% tax cap is like guardrails on the highway. It helps keep spending on a sustainable, predictable path. It doesn't freeze everything. It just prevents us from veering into unaffordable territory year after year. And let's be clear, this is not a death sentence for education. The tax cap has built-in mechanisms for flexibility. If the district truly needs to go beyond 2.5%, plus allowances for new growth like added students or developments, they can propose an override. Under New Hampshire law, like RSA 32:5-B, that override requires a strong 3/5 majority vote at the ballot. That's simple and it's fair. It means the majority of the community has to agree to extra spending that is truly necessary. It keeps real accountability with the voters who pay the bills. Now let's talk about real numbers, numbers that hit home for the taxpayers. When I take the full school district budget and divide it by our current student population, we're looking at roughly $28,000 per student. That's my straightforward calculation, no fancy adjustment, just total budget divided by kids enrolled. The state often shows lower figures, around 21 to 23,000 per student in recent years. But that's because they exclude certain line items or make adjustments for statewide comparisons. But those exclusions do not change the reality for families paying their property tax bills. We're already investing a substantial amount per child, more than enough to deliver a strong, proper education with good teachers, programs, facilities, and support. But yet, our scores are unfortunately not so great. Proficiency rates hover around 50 to 60% in reading levels, but math is weaker, often around 30 to 40% proficient district-wide, and even lower at the high school, with some recent data showing 27 to 34% proficiency in math. We're spending well above in many places, but the results are not matching the investment. We've got dedicated teachers and staff, but endless budget increases haven't magically boosted test scores or closed those gaps. This is exactly why throwing more and more money at a problem rarely, if ever, solves it. It's the classic government go-to: spend more, tax more, repeat. But smarter, efficient solutions work better. I might alienate some of you with this reference, but I believe it is a great example of thinking differently to solve an issue. I think back to Nintendo in the day, when competitors poured huge money into complex, expensive encryption systems that still got cracked. Nintendo used a simple, low-cost purple dye on small discs for copy protection. Low cost, low effort, extremely effective. They didn't throw endless money at the problem, they solved it smarter. And they dominated the market. Some of you might ask, what does this video game company have to do with our schools? Well, besides our high school's video game team, it shows ingenuity in how to use creative problem solving coupled with cost-effective solutions that can yield extraordinary results. The dye made it impossible for most optical lasers readers to recognize the discs, and the size of the disc made it nearly impossible for CD or DVD players to even read the data. Simple, cost-effective measures that yielded superior results. That is why it's relevant. That is why it's important. And this is what we need to pursue in our district. Again, throwing money at a problem rarely ever fixes it. We can apply the same logic here. A 2.5% cap encourages the district to prioritize classroom essentials, cut waste, negotiate better contracts, find efficiencies, and focus on what actually improves learning, not just grow the budget automatically. If more is truly needed for proven results, propose an override and let the voters decide. Some might say that last year this very petition was pushed over to a study, and the findings show that the findings of the study show that a tax gap is not sustainable or feasible at any level. To me, this is a clear example of backwards planning. The outcome was predetermined from the start, and then the work to justify it was filled in to reach the goal. I would argue that a tax cap is necessary. Despite the community's overwhelming support for a budget reduction last year, the response from the district management was to load everything back in this year and propose an initial $92 million budget. A tax cap sends a serious message that they need to sharpen their pencils and limit the increases reasonably. A shot across the bow, if you will. This petition is not radical. It's common sense taxpayer protection, modeled after proven tools like Massachusetts Proposition 2.5, where overrides exist for real needs. It puts power back with the voters, not just administrators or boards. In closing, oh wow, it is, I was close to 10 minutes. In closing, support keeping this article as written. Let's give Timberlane families the guardrails we need: predictable taxes, accountable spending, and the ability to override when the community truly agrees it's necessary. Thank you.
Recognize the gentleman on my right.
Thank you. Chris Tardif Atkinson. I would like to make an amendment to Article 18 by deleting 2.5% and replacing it with 25%.
Can the second give their name and address? The motion is to delete 2.5% and replace it with 25%. You want to speak to your motion?
Yes, please. Thank you. I'd like to take us back, way back in time, to 2025, to when we formed a tax cap committee and made of school board members, budget members, 2 people from each town. Yes, I was on that, and so was my friend Sean O'Neill, and we came to a consensus that this would not work, it would restrict the district, and we would not be a sustainable community. I'm just doing everyone a favor and maneuvering the decimal point over 1 point and fixing the grammatical error. So we need to knock this off. There's 2 school districts in this state that have a tax cap right now. Hollis Brookline is one of them. They're at 8%. And right now they don't know how to take care of their teachers because they have a CBA coming up that surpasses that. So right now there's 2 in the entire state. And here we are arguing over a 2.5% tax cap that would just ruin everything we just voted through. So I need you all to stay here and do this vote when we're all done with whatever's going on over here. Thank you.
I believe our school board member, Mary Ann Springer, wants to speak on this article.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Mary Ann, go ahead.
Alyssa Kowalczyk and I were on the tax cap committee that Mr. Tardif just mentioned. We want to just reveal some of the highlights of the findings. So the 12-member committee consisted of representatives from all 4 towns, including the sponsor of last year's original 2.5% tax cap petition, school board members, budget committee representatives, and SAU administration. We presented our findings on October 16th at the school board meeting, and the full report is available at timberlane.net. The committee did conclude that a 2.5% tax cap under the current RSAs would increase risk and uncertainty in the budget process and would not enable the district to maintain staffing, program, and service levels. This impact on staffing, program, and service levels, especially when inflation exceeds 2.5% annually, as it has recently, would not be a one-time, one-year impact. It would repeat every year. The highlights of the RSA: the implementation of a tax cap and a tax cap override require a 3/5 majority vote. If a tax cap is implemented in subsequent years, the Budget Committee and School Board can only submit warrant articles whose total tax impact will not increase the appropriation by more than what they estimate the tax cap dollar limit to be. In the RSA language, the override pathway and impact if an override fails to meet the 3/5 majority threshold is unclear. Since this is new RSA language, there are no school district experiences to review.
And then just to touch on a few other points, just some general information. The tax cap percent, that is not taken off the total operating budget from the previous year. It's taken off what portion of that is raised by taxes. So for example, last year the voted budget was 82 million. That is not what the 2.5% would be taken off of. It would be taken off of 61 million approximately, which is what was raised by taxes. So I just want to make sure everyone is understanding that calculation. Estimates of the tax cap dollar limit would be based on an assumption that revenues remain stable. However, state revenue has fluctuated in the past. Calculation of the tax cap limit depends on information that is not available when the budget process begins. Key budget components like healthcare cost increases and any collective bargaining agreements costs are not known until late in the budget process. These factors increase uncertainty and risk throughout the budget.
Thank you. Your time-
Sorry, just a few more things, Mr. Moderator.
Well, your time is up, and I've cut
I
other people off.
thought we got 10 minutes.
You had 10 minutes.
Oh,
No, you only have 10 minutes if you're the presenter. Mr. Nolan was the presenter. Everyone else has 3 minutes. They don't have a 1 minute up in the booth. Everything's 3 minutes. But if one wants to continue, Alyssa, would you want to make comments?
yes, if I can make a few more comments. If a tax cap is approved, the budget committee and school board member may not recommend articles that are above, that will make the amount above higher than the tax cap limit. For example, if there was a 2.5 tax cap presented for the fiscal year 27, this would mean that the total budget would only be allowed to be $83,525,000. Subtracting the CBAs that we currently have from that, the operating budget would only be able to be $82,325,000. The tax cap would have a significant impact on negotiations with CBAs since healthcare cost increases have averaged 11.5% increase annually over the last 2 fiscal years.
Are you done? Okay. Our timers apologized because he didn't realize you were a new speaker, Alyssa, so he didn't start your time. But are you done, or do you have something else?
It's
We
Jack.
finished reporting on the tax cap committee findings.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Mr. LeBrecq because the people are waiting, and we'll come back to the board.
Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street in Plastow. This deliberative session by design historically attracts the people who have something to personally gain from attending. District management does everything in their power to ensure that its employees are able to attend the meeting and are present to vote for whatever monetary and scope expansions they decide to pursue, including all the unions associated. I think there's 8 of them. I believe there are 700 employees in the district. It was said earlier, 315 of them are teachers in the district. And they all have spouses. So that's 600 instant voters. We got about 600 here tonight. We're at a competitive
Mr. LeBrecq, are you speaking for or against the tax cap? And can you put your comments to that
I'm
without
speaking for the tax
disparaging the people that work?
And the reason I'm speaking for the tax cap, and the reason why this applies is because the unions fill this room every year. They were taken off guard last year. And don't worry about it. I will speak as much as I want about the tax cap. So, yeah, I will speak another minute 54. So, nice t-shirt, by the way.
Speaking to the amendment of 25%.
So there's a blatant effort to keep staff in this building to support the cause. Some points to mention regarding the tax cap. Our budgets are not, there's an inverse relationship between increased budgets and performance. After a certain point of no return, while I agree that a underfunded system would not produce results, an overfunded system does not increase results. There are other states with much lower budgets. $9,500 per student in Idaho is one. Yeah, you laugh, but their results are 1 to 3%, within 1 to 3% of our results from a proficiency perspective. So they clearly know how to do something with the money that they have. Also, the state funding piece They receive $7,000 per student state funding, so does New Hampshire. So the state argument is not correct. Timberlane spends 234% comparatively and produces negligibly better results. That's a difficult pill to swallow. And regarding the budget tonight and the tax cap, we're going back in history. History tells us that, the taxpayer, the non-600 sympathizers in the room, there's 30,000 more of us in the community.
And time is up. Thank you. I recognize the gentleman on my right.
The name is Todd Shahoon, S-Z-A-H-U-N, from Atkinson. I'd like to...
Address, she needs to address, besides Atkinson.
Maple Avenue, Atkinson.
Thank you.
I'd like to call this amendment to question. I'm speaking in support of the 25% tax cap.
We have a motion to call the question. Do we have a second?
Put it to a vote.
Name of the second. Made a motion. I didn't call it. He made a motion to call the question. So now it's going to be up to... Said the moderator would not call the question. So if you want more speakers to speak, vote down his motion. So his motion is to call the question. If you're in favor, raise your cards. And Jim and Kevin, can you just take a look at the people in the side rooms so they'll know that we're looking at them and they're counting their votes? Don't put them down yet. Okay, you can put your cards down. If you're opposed to the motion to call the question, raise your cards. We're going to check the side rooms, but from this room, it doesn't appear that the opposition wins. But wait for the side room count. So while we're waiting for that, I hate to be the bearer, but don't shoot the messenger. We have another motion to do a secret ballot on this. And I've already asked our town attorney and the school attorney, and I agree with them, we can't undo the motion. So if you're here and you wanted to, how's that look? And I'll put your cards down on the side. So we'll say the motion succeeds to end debate. And now we're going to go to secret ballots. So if you're here, raise your card. Jessica Pelletier. Mary Anderson. Nolan Pelletier, Holly Patterson, and Ryan LeBruck. Okay, the 5 are here, and I'm told, as I agree, we have to have a secret ballot. So we're going to have the moderators call you by sections again. I will repeat the motion. The motion is to delete the cap at 2.5% and replace it with 25%. So if you're in favor of increasing the cap, you're going to vote yes. If you want to leave it at 2.5 for now, you're going to vote no. Follow the motions of the moderators. They'll tell you where to go. If you could go around back on your way in, make like a circle so that we can send more people out the exit door in the middle to go vote, that would be great. We won't forget the people in the sides.
significant other and you part of the legislative body, you should be allowed to somehow you cry foul. You get the vote votes in your best interest, but these people don't get the vote votes in their best interest.
Story time.
This is the last call for voting. I think most everybody's voted, but just to make sure you have the right and the ability to vote, if you want to vote, you got to go now because we'll be closing the polls. So hopefully everybody's had an opportunity to vote. Head right there now if you haven't. If you voted and lost the phone, we found your phone, and I can't tell whose name's on it, but there's a cute baby. Oh, there we go. If somebody lost a water bottle or wallet in the Atkinson voting area.
What's in it?
This is lost and found now tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Lost and found. It may not have water in it, I'm not sure. You're gonna claim that? When we get ready to call this vote in a few minutes, I'm going to ask everybody to take their seats because it's been pointed out to me there may be new seats available in this main auditorium. So those in the side that are watching and listening, we might be able to get you over here and move in here with all of us. Thank you.
I went into like a full sweat. I thought it was just me. That's it. Okay. I didn't hold my card up.
Have your attention, thank you. My assistant moderator is going in the side rooms to ask those voters to come in here because I see there's some seats. We probably lost about 200 voters because of the late hour, so we're hoping we have enough room for them to come in here so we can all be together. So I'm going to announce the vote. On the amendment to delete 2.5 and insert 25%, in favor 519, opposed 193. Motion passes. And I'm going to recognize the lady at that mic.
Laura Mall, Bittersweet Lane, Atkinson. I'd like to motion to end debate on Article 18 and move to ballot as amended.
A motion, do I have a second? The name of the second for the record? Okay. All in favor of ending debate, raise your cards. I don't think we need to count. Put them down, please. If you're opposed, raise your cards. Not enough. So the ayes have it, more than 2/3. Debate is ended, so Article 18 will appear on the ballot as amended. As amended.
Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator. I'd like to make a motion to restrict for reconsideration Article 18 as amended.
Second.
Motion to reconstrict, seconded by Mark. Want a second? He's seconded. Let him have it. Okay. I got a motion made and seconded to end reconsideration. If you're in favor of that motion, raise your cards. Thank you very much. If you're opposed, raise your cards. The ayes have it. Moving back to the original articles as printed. And before I start reading all of these in a row, the collective bargaining articles are non-amendable. We can have a presentation on them, but we can't amend them. And the same thing with the motion to have a special hearing. Those are unamendable. Yes, sir.
Article 14 to discussion.
I have a motion to move up Article 14. Do we have a second?
Second, Larry Gladhill, Plastow.
Larry, thank you for your name. Can the maker of the motion give his name and address? That's you.
Oh, Michael Boucher, North Broadway, Atkinson.
Thank you. Speaking on Article 14. Shauna, you'd like to your 10 minutes?
Yes, thank you, Mr.
There you
Moderator.
go. You're welcome.
Article 14, the district has an opportunity to extend kindergarten to full day for all age-eligible students in the district, and the total cost of the warrant article is $271,000. The total cost would require no additional staffing.
Excuse me, Shauna. I suppose I should read it first. My mistake. I'm sorry. It was moved up, but I need to read it. Okay. And we'll start your 10 minutes over again. Article 14, full-day kindergarten. Shall the school district vote to amend the Timberlane Regional School District's Articles of Agreement and to implement a full-day kindergarten in the district as follows? Existing language that is removed is struck through. Amend the first section of Article 3 of the Articles of Agreement for the Timberlane Regional School District as follows. The Timberlane Regional School District shall be responsible for the public education of pupils in kindergarten through grade 12. Struck out is as mandated by the state of New Hampshire. And further raise and appropriate the sum of $271,012 to implement the full-day kindergarten. 2/3 majority vote required at the polls. Recommended by the school board 702, recommended by the budget committee 510. Estimated education tax impact will be an increase as follows. Atkinson, 4 cents. Danville, 8 cents. Plastow, 4 cents. Sandown, 7 cents per 1,000. So we had a motion made and seconded, and it was moved up. So do I have a motion to put this on the ballot as written? We have a motion made and seconded to put it on the ballot as written. Now, Shauna, thank you. You have your 10 minutes.
Take 2. The district has an opportunity to extend kindergarten to full day for all age-eligible students in the district. The total cost of the warrant article is $271,012. The cost would require no additional staffing and no additional infrastructure. To give it a student context, students who attended half-day kindergarten but were eligible. In 2025-2026 school year, 36 students. In 2024-2025, 48 students. In 2023 to 2024 school year, 61 students. In the 2022 to 2023 academic year, 58 students, for a total of 203 students. In the state of New Hampshire, over 99% of school districts provide a full-day kindergarten opportunity for their residents, and I yield my time to open the floor for discussion.
Recognize the gentleman there.
Michael Boucher, North Broadway, Atkinson. I don't have to say much about this. This is long overdue. I fully support full-day kindergarten for all students in our district. There's 220 to 240 students who could benefit from this. This is probably the most cost-effective thing that we could ever do for any of the children in our district. We just need to support it, get it moved forward. Thank you.
Next gentleman.
Todd Shahoon, Maple Avenue, Atkinson. I move to end debate on this and go to ballot and vote as it is.
We had the lady behind you waiting. I don't know if she wishes to speak. Would you let her be the last speaker? He was in line when he made the motion. You weren't.
You've done this 3 times.
All right, so I'll just stay right here the whole night then.
Okay, can I go?
Or are we going to let people talk?
We're going to let this woman speak, and then we're going to end debate with the motion. We'll call the motion.
You have people in the handicap section we can wait in as well. So, but I would really appreciate if I could have my time. So my name is Kayla Gallagher, 9 Stonewall Terrace in Atkinson. Half of my job is research, so I really love evidence-based approaches. And looking at the evidence for this, I'd like to discuss that a little bit. There's a lot of opinions about this. Opinions, frankly, do not matter. You can have an expert opinion, and that is the lowest level of research. So what I would like to say is large nationally representative studies using federal education data have been found that full-day kindergarten can show early academic gains that disappear in 3rd or 5th grade between all of the studies that they have done. More importantly, these same studies found that the children who actually did attend full-day kindergarten demonstrated worse non-academic outcomes over time compared to their peers who did not attend full-day kindergarten. Those outcomes include behavioral issues and mental health problems, including anxiety and depression into adulthood. You guys can sit here and you can say it's not right, but apparently you guys don't like facts, and facts don't really care about your feelings. I can give you them. I have them. Come see me.
Can we not have debate between each other?
Thank you. So specifically, full-day kindergarten attendance has been associated with lower self-control, weaker interpersonal skills, and higher levels of behavioral problems throughout elementary years. These effects were identified in analyses conducted by researchers using national longitudinal studies, and they raised legitimate concerns about our social and emotional development, not just our test scores that also are not great either. So I would rather catch our youth up academically by 3rd and 5th grade, because that's what happens when you don't attend. You're back there by 3rd or 5th grade, than to face mental health problems into adulthood. There have been arguments that everyone else is doing that. That's what we heard. Well, you know, sometimes it's good not to follow the crowd. As my mom always said to me, if everyone jumped off the bridge, don't do it. So maybe we should think for ourselves for once and look at the evidence and not just our opinions. Thank you.
I'm going to recognize the person at the handicap mic. Because of these lights, I couldn't see them. And if you wish to still speak, I don't know if you're still there.
Yeah, no, I'm here. Thank you. Before I get booze, I'm only amending this article to fix something on the air. Would you let me finish, please?
What's your name?
Oh, I'm sorry. Noah Whitman, Danville, New Hampshire, Hawk Lane. If you go to the second sentence, it says amend the first sentence of Article 3, of the Articles Agreement for the Timberlane Regional School District as follows. The Timberlane Regional School District shall be responsible for the public education of pupils in kindergarten through grade 12. And then it's all crossed out. I would like to add underneath that, amend the second sentence as follows. Sorry. In which they reside for no less than 5, you need to change it to 6 years, because that's, you're gonna go from elementary school, from kindergarten to 5, that's 6 years, and we need to fix the 5. That's my amendment.
I don't mind telling you I didn't follow that at all because I'm looking at the article. So can you say where you're coming up with this new sentence? So you want to amend it by adding a new sentence?
It's already in the existing Articles of Agreement.
But it's not in the article to vote on. So you must
No.
only assume we know what's here. So what do you want to add to what you see by amending it to add something?
So under the first sentence I just read, it says amend the first sentence of the Article 3. I'm adding the sentence, amend the second sentence as well, and where to fix it. I do have the Articles of Agreement.
You have it written down. If you can have somebody there bring it up so we can look at it.
Oh, no, Sean is not this one. We would throw a bottle at me. Looks pretty good right now.
So if you don't have the Articles of Agreement, and you can't get it on your phone, I'll repeat what the motion is asking. You're not going to see it in the warrant article because it's a different sentence of Section 3 of the Articles of Agreement. So the first part, the maker of the motion leaves the same, amend the first sentence, ... Then she's adding. Her motion is to add. Amend the second sentence of Article 3 of the Articles of Agreement for the Timberlane Regional School District as follows. To strike 5 years formal schooling and insert in its place 6 years of formal schooling. Then the rest remains the same. The district shall be responsible for the public education of students. So she's basically taking another sentence and going from 5 years to 6 years of formal education. Maybe you'd like to explain why you're going from 5 to 6. You mentioned it might be a correction, so.
If you're adding kindergarten, that's 1 grade, and 1 plus 5 more grades equals 6.
Well, that's a good question.
We're trying to find out if kindergarten does count as a grade. If it doesn't, then you don't need to amend it. If it does, then I can understand your amendment.
For wouldn't you want to cover that part as, keeping that, I'm just saying that there would be 6, maybe grades is the right.
Ms. Ward, Mr. Moderator, you want me to try and get into this a little bit? Okay.
I'm going to ask the school attorney to see if he can help us sort this out.
Okay, I'm going to give this a shot.
Put the mic closer to you, Gordon.
Yeah,
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry. I'm going to give this a shot. But the current articles of agreement read as follows. The Timberlane Regional School District shall be responsible for public education of pupils in kindergarten through grade 12 as mandated by the state of New Hampshire. So that's the first sentence. Then it says, pupils in the pre-existing districts shall be assigned by the regional board to attend the elementary schools in the pre-existing districts in which they reside for no less than the first 5 years of formal schooling. So that means, right, that, and currently you have kindergarten. So currently you have half-day kindergarten, but the district is required only to, or you have to make certain that for 5 years, that schooling that starts with kindergarten and goes through 4th grade occurs in your local district, right? That's the way I read that sentence. And this would be, instead of through kindergarten through 4th grade, it would be kindergarten through 6th grade, the first 6 years.
5th grade.
5th grade, sorry, excuse me, I'm sorry, you're right. Yeah, 5th grade. So that's what that would do. And, it's a question about whether or not that's, an amendment. It doesn't have to be amended simply because you're making full-day kindergarten available, because you already have half-day kindergarten. And that's, official school, I would assume. And as a result, there's no requirement to change that simply because you're changing the first sentence. But it's an option if you choose to. Is that clear? Clear as mud, right?
Was that the maker's intent, to cover grades through 5 instead of through 4 by the articles? Okay, that's her intent. So she made the motion.
Right.
Did we get a second? Who seconded that motion? Name and address? Go to the mic and say it, because
I'm
All right.
seconding Sheila Lowe's, Hawkwood Road, Sandown, New Hampshire.
Any more discussion on her motion to amend?
I think sorry. I know exactly what she's trying to do if it's confusing. She wants
Would like to
keep-
speak to her motion to amend? Go
Yes.
ahead.
She wants to keep all 6 in the local towns. She does not want 5th grade to be moved, possibly someday in the future, to the middle school. So that would regulate that from kindergarten to 5 to stay in their town. That's what the amendment does. That's all it does.
Krieger, did you want to say anything? No. If I could have your attention just for a moment, I'm listening to the school attorney. Concern of the school attorney, and I can understand it, at the House of Representatives, we call it a non-germane amendment. Adding and talking about 5th grade and 6th grade wasn't warned in the warrant article. So it's like a topic that wasn't brought up. So the people that might want to come to talk about 5 to 6 or 4 to 5, they weren't warned, and that's why it's called a warrant. You warn the people, we're going to talk about this. So the attorney and I have discussed it, and I think I'll have to say your motion is out of order to add the discussion of the 5th to the 6th. But we still have the motion. We have the major article, and that was the last speaker. I said after her, we have a motion to call the question. If you want anybody else to speak that goes to the mic, then you vote no on the call the question. So we're going to take a vote. If you're in favor of calling the question, raise your cards. Thank you. If you're opposed, raise your card. The ayes have it. I'm sorry, those of you at the mic. Any further discussion on this article? The question, my mistake. The question was called, so the article will appear on the warrant as written.
Motion to restrict for reconsideration, Article 14.
Motion to restrict. Do I have a second? Second, Liz Costa. In favor of restriction, raise your cards. Thank you. Opposed, raise your cards. Article is restricted. Thank you.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator.
Yes.
Is this a free country?
Thank you, Mr. Pelletier. You can be seated.
We are in a deliberative session where you have overwhelming.
You can cut off his mic. Thank you.
Does that mean no one can speak to anything because the room is theirs tonight?
We're back to the normal order of business, Article 3. Article 3, as I mentioned, a collective, 2-year collective bargaining agreement, Timberlane Support Staff Union. Shall the voters of the school district approve the cost items included in the collective bargaining agreement reached between the Timberlane Support Staff Union and the Timberlane Regional School Board, which calls for the following increases in salaries and benefits at the current staffing levels over the amount paid in the prior fiscal year. Fiscal year 26 to 27 estimated increase $787,915. Fiscal year 27-28 estimated increase $400,136. 2-year total $1,188,051. And further to raise and appropriate the sum of $787,915 for the 26-27 fiscal year. Such sum represents the additional cost attributed to the increase in salaries and benefits required by the new agreement over those that would be paid at the current staffing levels, at the polls majority vote required. Recommended by the school board, 8-0-1. Recommended by the budget committee, 6-0-0. Estimated education tax impact will be an increase as follows. Atkinson, 11 cents. Danville, 24 cents. Plastow, 12 cents. Sandown, 19 cents per thousand. A motion to place this on the ballot as written. Can I have a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. I believe, Mr. Sherwood, you're going to speak on this article?
Yes. So this is a group of folks that generally don't get a lot of love. They're the workhorses that generally aren't in the front, taking care of our kids, our students, and assisting our teachers do their jobs, spending the extra time educating, mentoring, tutoring, and teaching life skills to our students. With a great deal of collaboration and some frank and very honest discussions, some of the time a little bit heated, we did come to a compromise here. We were able to compress their salary schedule from 24 some odd steps with an ability to concentrate on the starting steps. The reason for this is, as you know, anybody that's following, our initial pay is woefully inadequate for this group. As a matter of fact, as we began negotiations, just down the road, Cumberland Farms was hiring people at a higher rate than Timberlane was offering. So this is where we began. We also put an increase in a focus on educational achievement and differentials for educational achievement, and this would encourage continued growth and efficiencies within our system. Additionally, they will be working another day during the year and working an extra half an hour during the day. Previously, or currently, the way their contract is, every single minute they are in the school, they are essentially student-facing, which gives them zero time to coordinate with other paras, with special education folks, with the IEPs, with the teachers to check in and see how students are doing. So their workday has been extended as well. Also in this, increased compensation for those ISEPs, the intensive special education paraeducators who deal with the students who need the most support for a variety of reasons. These are positions that drain the tank perhaps faster than others, and we have had a real challenge in hiring anybody who is able to do this for the long, or enough people to fit our needs. Hopefully with this agreement, we will be able to keep more folks in-house, less folks out-of-house. This allows for some efficiencies both in teaching, providing education support, but also economic efficiencies, because it is cheaper to have somebody who's a Timberlane employee rather than outsourcing. Something that was a great deal of discussion and an acknowledgement, they were able to acknowledge with these discussions that times are changing, budgets are tighter, things have changed. And one of the major budget drivers that you have heard this evening has been health insurance. From the year 24 to 25, the health insurance cost increased 15%. So this has an impact on them. This has an impact on taxpayers. Obviously, this is something that is out of all of our controls. So for the first time, this union agreed to participate in some cost sharing, recognizing that this was a major budget driver and one that was out of everybody's control. That was a concession on their part, taken in good faith. I think at this stage, we have reached an agreement that is fair to all parties and gives us support, hopefully, the support we need for our kids. So I would encourage everybody at the polls to support this most hardworking of groups.
Mr. LeBrecq.
We do live in America. Thank you for that reminder. Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street. How many employees are associated with the $787,915?
Approximately 100.
Okay. What
Actually, there are 100, I believe there may be 106.97 a full-time, and I believe 6 a part-time, so that equals 3.
Okay, what's the hourly
132?
wage increase?
Okay, excuse me?
What's the hourly wage increase?
It depends on the group, it depends on the stage, it depends on the steps.
Sure you know the range.
Excuse me?
Range?
Over 2 years, it is approximately $9,000 per employee. Educational hourly increase for receiving L2 and E2 is 25 cents. Associate tracks, 50 cents. E3s and L3s, which are bachelor track, is the same. So it's not a simple formulary.
Okay, well, at least if they live in the district, they'll be able to afford their tax increase.
Hopefully.
Now, on the positions, what are the what positions are they? Can you list the positions?
I'm not following.
Description of support staff. What are the various, there's not just support staff, they all do something specifically.
Yeah,
What is it they do?
this is a rather, do you have the official description here? I certainly would want not to miss. We did, several.
These are special education para-educators. They work with special education students specifically to support accommodations and modifications in the classroom.
Has the district considered, district administration, non-teaching, SAU sitting folks considered reducing their pay to pay for this?
Irrelevant, that's not the question, sir.
It's just a question. Yes or no?
No, sir.
What was the determining factor between the 787 and the 400 on the second year?
I'm going to take Mr. LeBrecq's question should be directed to me, I'm told, so I'm going to take that question, then ask if the speaker wishes to answer that.
Repeat the question, I'm not following.
What was the determining factor in establishing $787,915 for 2026 and 2027 comparative to $400,136 for 2027 and 2028?
Please. The board went into those negotiations very much looking to increase wages in that first year. It was the most, it was the #1 goal of the board, and it was achieved.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Your time's up. Thank you.
I'm aware.
Go to this mic.
Your mic's not on. Your mic's
Someone
off.
turn the lights on. Probably take time to heat up again.
Oh, it's on. Okay. Julia Doherty, Academy Ave, Atkinson. I am just up here to support this article. Nobody knows what paraprofessionals do every day. I don't think even teachers fully understand it. They are the backbone of our schools. They deserve much more than we are giving them here, but it's a positive start. I will keep it super short and sweet because it is late. They deserve 20 minutes of me, more than that, talking about how wonderful they are. But from my own personal experience, I have 3 kids that are at Atkinson Academy, and each of them talk about the different paras that work in their classroom. They share stories about them, and you can tell how much love and comfort they give to my 3 kids each and every day. And they are the unsung heroes, and my family is so thankful for the work they do each and every day.
Recognize the gentleman on my left.
Is it on? Evan Caripus, Sandown, Little Mill Road. As a proud 37.5-week part-time employee, as it was so well pointed out to me, I started my career in education, helping paras in special ed. You get bit, spit on, punched, kicked, dragged through the mud, yelled at by parents, yelled at by children, have everything thrown at you. But at the end of the day, they still love you. And you're the person that gets them through their day. You're the person that helps them grow their mind. And I make a motion to vote on the article as it's written.
We can't amend the article, so we don't need the motion. We're just having discussion on it, like, if you want, but I appreciate your motion.
I gotta go to work tomorrow. Call the vote.
Are you making a motion to call the question?
Yes. I'm
And
half
do you have a
asleep.
second? Lady at the mic will second it. Your name for the record, just so she can put it in.
Heather, Sheila, Lois, Hawkwood, Sandown.
Motion made and seconded to limit and end discussion on this article, which has to appear on the ballot as written anyways. All in favor of ending, please raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed, raise your cards. The ayes have it. That ballot, Article 3 will appear on the ballot as written. Moving on. Article 4 is also non-amendable. It's simply by law, language by law, authorization for special meeting on cost items. Shall the voters of the school district, if Article 3 is defeated, authorize the Timberlane Regional School Board to call one special meeting at its option to address Article 3 cost items only. Majority vote required, recommended by the school board 9-0-0. Non-amendable, there's really nothing to discuss, so we're going to move on to Article 5. Article 5, also non-amendable, but we can discuss it. 3-year collective bargaining agreement. Timberlane administrative assistants, secretaries, and skilled maintenance employees. Shall the voters of the school district approve the cost items included in the collective bargaining agreement reached between the Timberlane administrative assistants, secretaries, and skilled maintenance employees union and the Timberlane Regional School Board, which calls for the following increases in salaries and benefits at the current staffing levels over the amount paid in the prior fiscal year. Fiscal year 26-27 estimated increase, $192,738. Fiscal year 27-28 estimated increase, $172,221. Fiscal year 28-29 estimated increase, $131,992 for a 3-year total of $496,951. And further, to raise and appropriate the sum of $192,738 for the 26-27 fiscal year, such sum representing the additional costs attributable to the increase in salaries and benefits required by the new agreement over those that would be paid at the current staffing levels. Majority vote required, recommended by the school board 801, recommended by the budget committee 600. Estimated educational tax impact will be an increase as follows. Atkinson 3 cents, Danville 6 cents, Plastow 3 cents, Sandown 5 cents per thousand. Motion to put this on the ballot as written.
So moved.
We have a second. Couple of seconds. Can the first second give their name, because I wasn't looking?
Heather, it's me.
And Mr. Woodworth, I think you're speaking on this article.
Warrant Article 5, yes. Warrant Article 5 pertains to the CBA for the TAM union, which is comprised of technology assistants and specialists, administrative assistants and secretaries, and skilled maintenance workers. These folks support the faculty, the staff, administrators, parents, and ultimately the students of the district through their work. The union consists of 48 employees. This 3-year agreement provides clarity to a step-and-track placement of new hires and existing employees. It contains modest pay increases, the assignment of district health insurance costs to the contributions that have to be made to that from staff and from the district. It comes in line in that regard with the other unions, and it also contains adjustments to contractual agreements regarding sick leave, bereavement leave, on-call availability for substitution, and for longevity, severance pay, and vacation days. So it was a lot of work, a lot of discussion, and the group really worked hard to make this work. The resulting agreement is intended to support the employees and to attract qualified candidates for future open positions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to recognize this lady on my right.
Thank you very much. My name is Tracy St. Clair. I'm a non-voting speaker tonight. I am a field representative with Teamsters Local 633. We proudly represent 5 bargaining units within Timberlane School District. Yes, I am. We are asking for the voters' support for this collective bargaining agreement. This covers the admin assistants, IT techs, skilled maintenance members. These members include HVAC specialists, plumbing, electrical system specialists, technology staff that handle the technology for the staff, for all of the employees, for the students, which is vital, and the admin assistants, which frankly provide too many duties to list, everything from attendance to accounts payable. So each of these people provide a vital service not only to the school district, but to each and every one of the students. All of these positions could garner more wages and benefits in the private sector, yet each of these employees has decided that they would like to focus their dedication on the children and to the communities of which a lot of them actually live in, which has been brought up previously. And I would like to say, of the 45% of the employees that are covered by contracts or are members of the school district and receive their benefits and wages, they are also taxpayers. And even if they are not homeowners, they in another form or method pay that as well. Again, we're just asking for the support. We worked very hard, as the board member spoke earlier, to come to this agreement, and we're just asking for your support as well. Thank you.
LeBrecq.
Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street in Plastow. So I fear for these folks and for the folks in the previous warrant article. While I understand that many of you are giddy this evening for driving more people out of their homes, they're only, and I'm not saying I support this, because I believe that these folks are probably deserving of a raise, as are the previous articles, folks deserving a raise. But the only way for people to protect their personal situation is to vote down any increases above the budget. So why do I fear for these folks? Because this may get stricken and voted down because of the activities that occurred this evening. And it's unfortunate for them, because they're also the folks that probably can least afford the $1,500 to $3,000 increase that you all want to bring to the district. So that is quite unfortunate. Obviously, admin assistants, secretaries, skilled maintenance employees, all necessary for the operation of this district, as are the para-educators. And they are all probably some of the lowest paid individuals of the 700 in the district. And it's unfortunate that we haven't been able to pay them more, and that's because of, quite frankly, we have too high of an employee ratio to the amount of students. And we have $5 million of non-teaching administrative, SAU folks that aren't contributing directly to the education of the students. Not saying they're not all working hard. Everyone probably is, likely is. There may be some outliers, but I feel a little sad for the potential for these to pass because of the fact that we're continually voting outsized budgets that don't reflect the actual spending necessary for the district. We're going to end up with overtaxation, and then we're going to end up with surpluses, 16, 19 million, 12 million last year, whatever it is. And these folks may likely be the bearer of not receiving their raises because they could be voted down. And again, I support it in the sense of the individuals and their need for a pay increase, but
Thank you, Mr. LeBrecq. I'm going to recognize the lady on my right. Motion to end discussion. We have a second. If you're in favor of that, please raise your cards. Thank you. If you're opposed, raise your cards. Ayes have it. So that Article 5 will appear on the ballot as written.
Moderator, I'd like a point of order, please. I'd like to make a motion to move Article 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 to the end of the night, please. Because it cannot be amended.
Go to the mic.
So I think your proper motion would be, which one do you want to bring up first?
Can we please move up, a motion to move up, Article 11.
We have a motion to move up Article 11 to next be discussed. Does it get a second? Second by Liz Costa. All in favor of moving up Article 11, raise your card. If you're opposed, raise your cards. I believe the ayes have it, so we'll move on to Article 11.
Mr. Moderator, I just want to make a motion to restrict for reconsideration Article 5.
Yes, I'll second that.
We have a motion to restrict reconsideration of Article 5.
It was already voted on to move that one up.
Proper motion. Do we have a second?
We did.
Somebody going to second the motion to reconstrict?
Second.
We have a second. If you're in favor of restricting Article 5, which you can't amend anyways, please raise your cards.
Can't do anything with it.
See a lot? Okay. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Thank you. Article 6 can't be amended either.
Brenda, over here.
So I'm going to read Article 11. It was motion to move up. Light here. Article 11, Capital Reserve Fund by surplus. was just handed me, but I'll read the article, then I'll look at it. Shall the Timberlane School District vote to discontinue the school building construction, reconstruction, capital improvement, and land purchase capital reserve fund established in 1996? Said fund with accumulated interest to date of withdrawal are to be transferred to the school district's general fund, and further to raise and appropriate the sum of $490,937.20, which is the total amount of the capital reserve fund to be discontinued, to be placed in the capital reserve fund established under the provisions of RSA 35:1, to be known as the Timberlane Regional School District Capital Improvement and Maintenance Fund, for the purpose of funding the construction, reconstruction, improvement, and maintenance of the school district's buildings and grounds, and to authorize the use of that amount from the June 30th unreserved fund balance surplus available for transfer on July 1, and further to name the school board as agents to expend this fund. No amount to be raised from additional taxation. Majority vote required, recommended by the school board 900, recommended by the budget committee 600. Motion to put this on the ballot is written. Second. I have a motion made and seconded. If you give me a moment. This is an amendment, but I'll let the prime speaker speak on the main motion, then I'll ask the person that wants to amend to take the microphone. Mary Ann Springer, I think you're going to speak on that.
So this article accomplishes two changes. Land purchase is removed from the fund name and purchase, and the school board is named as agents to expend this fund for a specific capital project. Currently, voter approval is required to use the funds.
Thank you. Short and sweet, thank you. I have a motion. Brenda Laguerre, are you at the mic?
Kingston Road in Danville, New
Would
Hampshire.
you like to make your motion?
I would like to motion to amend Article 11, Capital Reserve Fund by Surplus. To read, shall the Timberlane School District vote to discontinue the school building construction, reconstruction, capital improvement, and land purchase capital reserve fund established in 1996? Said fund with accumulated interest to the date of withdrawal are to be transferred to the school district's general fund, and further to raise and appropriate the sum of $490,937.20, which is the total amount in the capital reserve fund to be discontinued, to be placed in a capital reserve fund established under the provisions of RSA 35:1, to be known as the Timberlane Regional School District Capital Fund, for the purpose of funding the construction and reconstruction of the school district's buildings and grounds, no amount to be raised from additional taxation.
I'm going to second that for discussion.
The motion and the second, we're just looking at it
can
to
hear
see what is appropriate and proper motion, because you're deleting, you're making a fund, but you're deleting who's going to take care of it. So I don't know if that's your intent, because then there's nobody to take care of it.
No.
No, because it goes in the general fund.
No.
Point of clarification, there's some,
I don't know what they're doing.
It's deemed the motion is proper, but it was hard probably for everybody to follow it.
Okay.
What she's actually proposing is if you go down to like, I have line numbers, but you probably don't. She's deleting improvement and maintenance, so it really just reads capital fund. And deleting improvement and maintenance in the next line, and deleting to authorize the use of that amount from the June 30th unreserved fund balance surplus available for transfer, and deleting to further name the school board as agents to expend this fund.
Correct.
That's what she's deleting.
Correct.
So would you like to speak on your
I
motion?
can speak to it. The name, it doesn't matter. Nobody cares about the name. The issue is that this is capital money. And before this article came about, the school board would have to put up a warrant article and ask the voters if they could do something with that capital reserve money. That takes the voters out of it. It is now going to be the school board that makes the decision. It totally removes the voters from making a decision whether they want to use the money on that or not. The last time we expended money out of this, we did a boiler at the high school. And it went through fine, no money was raised. So I don't want to take the voter out of there. I think the voters should have a choice on how their money is spent.
Good. You got 2 minutes, so you done?
Oh, well, the other part of this is, that I'm not particularly thrilled about, is that now, instead of the money just coming out of surplus capital funds, you're taking it out of all the surplus funds, which is operating funds too, which are raised and appropriated differently. So I'm not a big fan of that either. I think it should be just coming out of the capital lines.
That's why you support the amendment.
Yes.
Mr. Moderator? Mr. Moderator? Could you, were the words "and to authorize the use of that amount from the June 30th unreserved fund balance available for transfer on July 1st stricken from the amendment?
It is stricken in the amendment, strikes that, yes.
So then, there's no specification of where the funds that are currently in the reserve fund that would be discontinued would be placed, is that true?
I would think that the first part of the motion that was as written says the 499.37.20 will be placed in a capital reserve fund.
I believe Article 12, following article, talks about putting the 250 in from the surplus, so it's the very next article.
Sorry? That's a different article.
I understand that. But you're asking where the money's gonna come from.
No, so the 499.37.20 would go directly from the discontinued capital reserve fund to the new capital reserve fund.
Correct.
Could I ask
Right.
our business administrator if that's
She's nodding.
possible?
That's all you're doing is changing it. The name.
You give the school attorney a moment to think about it. He's
Well-
trying to be able to answer your question.
I mean, what you're doing, these are very complicated pieces of business, as you know. And what you're doing is, as the article was originally worded, was discontinuing a fund and taking the money that was in that, letting it lapse to surplus and appropriating that from surplus. And that was just to tell voters exactly what's going to happen. Now, what you're doing is saying, and you're deleting the ability of the school board to spend the money in the middle of the year in case, for example, a boiler fails. So if a boiler failed in the middle of the year, they wouldn't be able to access this fund. You're saying that they would have to come back and wait to do that work at the next annual school district meeting, which is what you're saying, what the amendment would do. Whether the $490,937 is appropriated from surplus or not it will be an appropriation, because you're raising and appropriating $490,000 in this article.
That money isn't surplus, that money is sitting in the capital reserve right now.
I understand that. But if you
And all you're doing is-
if you discontinue the fund,
But you're
no,
opening a new one.
no, you're not, you don't transfer money to a new fund. It has to be a couple of step process. The money needs to be in the fund, then the fund needs to be discontinued. The money then needs to lapse to surplus, and it needs to go into a new fund that you've created. You can't transfer from one fund to another. That's not permitted. And it's just a technicality of, and that's what you're trying to do by eliminating the appropriation from unreserved fund balance. You're trying to say that it's going to be transferred from one fund to another, and that's what you're concerned about.
I might,
So,
if she changes and amends her motion to put back in where the June 30th unreserved funds, then the money will go from the capital reserve to surplus, but by the article, go back to the new
correct.
fund
Correct.
to accomplish what I think you want.
Correct, but I also want to take out,
Now, you want to take out the selectmen, I mean, the board.
It wasn't even her motion.
The attorney's suggesting that you put back in that it comes from the unreserved fund so that it'll bounce from here to here and back again to the new capital.
Because you can't transfer from one fund to another.
Why are we home? I don't understand this.
Doesn't increase the amount, it's just
No, it's
how
just-
it goes.
It's just the steps that you take get the same thing accomplished. What you're trying to say is you don't want the school board to be appointed agents to expend, and you want to take out improvement and maintenance.
Mr. Moderator. Mr. Moderator. Yeah, I think, Sheila, the boilers are a great example of why I think this, not putting the school board members in charge of expending those funds. We had 6 boilers at the high school. 4 had completely failed. The other 2 were on their last legs. If one more boiler had failed, we would have had to close the high school. We put, what was it, 900,000, I believe it was, 900 and change, into redoing that entire boiler room. But again, not having that resource available for us, in the case of emergencies, we've had a complete septic system fail, $250,000. Again, some of these things around here are on their last leg. So you want to tie the hands of the school board and of the district and maybe affect the students' ability to come to school. I think that's something that needs to be considered.
We could go back, I know he's debating your amendment, but I'm concerned what the attorney says, that if you don't put back in the unreserved fund so that it bounces and then goes back, I don't know what DRA is going to do when it goes up to the. So just as a question to the maker of the motion, would you consider, and you don't have to, but I'm just saying, would you consider putting back in the use of that amount from the unreserved fund balance surplus? Leave the rest of your amendment the way it is.
Yes, I would.
Thank you. So now we're further.
How about the second?
Second. You seconded it? You agree to that amendment? Thank you. So now what we're, again, to make it not simple, but what the amendment says is delete improvement and maintenance, so it's just capital fund, and delete improvement and maintenance in the next sentence. Leave in to authorize the use of that amount from June 30th unreserved fund balance available for transfer on July 1, and delete, further name the school board as agents to expend this fund. So talking on the amendment.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you. Any more discussion on the amendment?
Yes.
LeBrecq?
Brian LeBrecq, 174 Main Street. Be here all night, as necessary. Capital Reserve Fund. So the reason why I support this amendment is simple. This board has continually spent millions, many millions of dollars in funds that were not voted on by the voters of the district. We had a 11 million and change surplus last year. I believe $4 million was spent on things not discussed with the voters, a handful of days prior to the deadline. Same thing happened the year before. I believe we had a $19 million surplus, and this board spent
Mr.
$3
LeBrecq, this
million.
time I am going to cut you off for this reason. The motion is to delete those items. I'd like you to speak. Are you for or against deleting those items? And then once that
Deleting those-
passes, then we can go back for further discussion on the whole
Deleting
article.
those items has everything to do with this, because it's deleting the school board as agents. And this school board has not instilled any confidence in their ability to
So you're in
include the
support of the
voter.
motion to amend?
Yes, I am
Okay.
in support of it, and I have another minute and 30 seconds to discuss that. So I'm often, those want to quiet me, I'll speak when I can speak, so thank you. The school board as agents is a problem. Things are being spent continually that haven't been voted on. And tennis courts were one of them. That's the shining example of that. And quite frankly, over the last 5 years, tens of millions of other examples exist. So removing the school board as agents to expend this $490,000 is very appropriate, because the trust in the voter is not there. Thank you.
Thank you. You have spoken. I'm sorry. This lady, I don't believe, has spoken yet.
Hi, Dina Flino, 2 Sunset Drive, Atkinson, New Hampshire. I'd just like to ask the attorney for the district if taking out improvement and maintenance violates the RSA, which includes those items in there for the ability to be used for the fund. That's my first question, and then I'll wait for that.
Let's let him answer that.
No, because it would now be limited for construction and reconstruction and not improvement and maintenance. So you couldn't maintain things, but you could reconstruct them.
Okay, so, in speaking.
Why?
Yeah, I'm going like that too. In speaking to the amendment, I would vote against it and caution others to also vote against it, because it limits it to only construction and reconstruction where, I don't know where we would construct new places. But it also means that any improvements, like a boiler breaking down in the middle of the school year, goes to the general fund that is already cash strapped as it is. And so I would vote to vote this down. You guys just want this out because you don't want the school committee to have the last say so. Let's call it what it is. And I call the question.
2 people at the mic have already spoken, so I have a motion to call the question.
Second.
1,000 seconds. Put one in. Do you have somebody? Who would like to be in the record?
Larry Guido for Pollard. Glasgow.
That poor gentleman, he thinks he's going to get a check for every time he's in the record, but he's not. So we have a motion made and seconded to cut a discussion. All in favor, say aye. Raise your cards. Okay, anybody opposed, raise your cards. The ayes have it. Now we need to vote on the motion, to amend. So if you're in favor of the motion to amend, please raise your cards. May come back and count you, but put your cards down. If you're opposed to the motion to amend, raise your cards. And then I believe the negative was 1 by a majority. So the motion is defeated. Discussion on the article. Somebody new that hasn't spoken, please.
Mr. Moderator, I call to motion
to amend the operating procedures to, I move to amend the operating procedures to limit individual discussion and comments to 1 minute per speaker per recognition of the moderator.
Appropriate. Do we have a second?
Second, Shauna Manthorn Plastow.
All in favor? Yes. The first. This is the vote to suspend my rules that were adopted that can be amended anytime per the rules by a majority vote, and I think I'm going to get a majority vote. Okay? So that's in the rules as published. So if you're in favor of limiting it to 1 minute, raise your cards. Thank you. If you're opposed, raise your cards. The ayes have it. Thank you. Article 11. Any more discussion on Article 11? Seeing none, then Article 11 will appear on the ballot as written.
Make a
Or
motion
as
to restrict
amended.
for reconsideration, Article 11.
Second,
Fails,
Shauna
so-
Manthorn Plastow.
Restrict reconsideration. If you're in favor, raise your cards. Thank you. If you're opposed, raise your cards. The ayes have it. So the motion had failed, so Article 11 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 12, capital improvement. Well, let's go back. I hope somebody's keeping track of these numbers because you're jumping around like a jumping bean. So let's go back. I think 5 we did, 6 we did. Did we do 6? We haven't done 6, which is not amendable and really not discussing. Article 6, authorization for special meeting on cost items. Shall the voters of the school district, if Article 5 is defeated, authorized in the Timberlane Regional School Board to call one special meeting at its option to address Article 5 cost items only, majority vote required, recommended by the school board 900. That will appear on the ballot as written. Article 7, another collective bargaining agreement, again, cannot be amended but can be discussed. 3-year collective bargaining agreement, Timberlane Administrators Union. Shall the voters of the school district approve the cost items included in the collective bargaining agreement reached between the Timberlane Administrators Union and the Timberlane Regional School Board, which calls for the following increases in salaries and benefits at the current staffing levels over the amount paid in the prior fiscal year 2026-27, estimated increase $142,148. Fiscal year 27-28, estimated increase, $133,498. Fiscal year 28-29, estimated increase, $141,201 for a 3-year total of $416,847. And further, to raise and appropriate the sum of $142,148 for the 26-27 fiscal year. Such sum representing the additional costs attributed to the increase in salaries and benefits required by the new agreement over those that would be paid at the current staffing levels. Majority vote required. Recommended by the school board 702. Recommended by the budget committee 600. Estimated education tax impact will be an increase as follows. Atkinson 2 cents, Danville 4 cents, Plastow 2 cents, Sandown 3 cents per 1,000. Motion to put this on the ballot is written. We have a motion made. We have a second. Same maker and second. Ms. Knutson, you're going to speak on this.
Yes, good evening, everybody. I know it's a long evening. It's been a long night, so hang in there. This is a group of individuals that is here from July 1 to July 1. They're in our buildings all year long. They are also on call if anything happens to their buildings, students, or what have you. This is the second contract for this group, which is comprised of principals, assistant principals, curriculum directors, PAC, athletics, and technology. These, again, like I stated, they work from July 1 to July 1. Some items to mention about this contract is that the language is cleaned up from the first contract. A salary matrix was developed using the categories of experience and responsibility in order to provide stability and cost control over time. Leadership, professional development time outside of school day was management maintained this right to organize and direct. And again, this membership is 28 members in the unit with an average cost per employee over 3 years of $14,887.
Thank you. I'll recognize the young lady on my right.
Kayla Gallagher, Atkinson. can't even remember if I'm supposed to say anything else. I'm so tired now. I would like, can I ask a question to Marion, the school board rep? So my question is, when I was watching the school board meeting, I think it was on the 22nd, she had said that this is the only union contract that made no insurance concessions. Am I correct in that?
Like to answer that?
I did state that this contract had no concessions in it.
I just think it's really sad that these are, I believe, the highest paid people in our district, and they're the only ones not to make concessions, rather than our people that we just, I'm sorry, I'm so tired at this point, but the people that we just had heard about, the janitors and honestly the teachers and whoever else. We shouldn't be asking them to make concessions. We should be asking the administrators to make those concessions.
Mr. Moderator?
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, if I could add to that for a minute. I was not on the negotiation team for this contract, and I'd like to defer to Ms. Knutson if she'd like to add anything.
Like to add something?
Yes, I would. With this group, we, from the beginning, had made the decision not to touch their benefits and keep their health insurance the same because the concession was their salary. This group of individuals understands the constraints that's going on within the district, and so some of them only got like a 1% raise. So these individuals, again, are in the building from July 1 to July 1. They support the staff. The instances that occur, they're in control of their buildings. So this is why we did what we did.
Thank you. Mr. LeBrecq?
Ryan LeBrecq, 174.
Can you reset the time to 1 minute?
What is the average salary of this group? A lot, okay, thanks.
Do you actually want a real answer or just
I'll
opinion?
talk while they're looking, that's fine. My time's ticking down, so we'll be efficient here. Has it, in these discussions, these union discussions, is it ever discussed that maybe certain unions should forego raises altogether in order to maybe save other positions that everyone in here is concerned about cutting?
I don't know. Would you like to answer his question?
Certainly. I'll answer that, and I'll answer that with page 65 in your packets. And you'll see that the administrator's salaries adjusted for inflation, this is required by the state, so we're not baking these numbers in. This is required by the state from fiscal year 2016 to fiscal year 2025. Has actually gone down. So in purchasing dollars, our administrators are making less than they have. I will also point out that if you look at the admin salaries from the year 2022 to 2025, over those years, the actuals, the increase was 3.57%. That's an average of 1.2% increase per year. That's less than the rate of inflation. So that is something that this group did speak about. But looking at the historically low raises, and you heard about the 1% right there, this was discussed amongst the school board members. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
How many individuals?
Time's up. Thank you. Time's up, Mr. LeBrecq. Thank you. I'll recognize the gentleman on my right.
John Downing, Sandown, New Hampshire. Just a point of information on this particular union. I am neither for or against. It's just information. When you look at the employer paid on the employee behalf, and you look at the total sum of the 28 employees in the TAU, the sum is $4.5 million for 28 employees. The funny part here is 28 teachers with the same package put together is $2.6 million, which is 43% lower than the administration, the TAU. It's pretty simple. The admin is getting 43% more than the teachers. I'm here speaking on the teachers' behalf that are getting hosed.
Yes, sir.
Michael Boucher, North Broadway, Atkinson. I'm going to try to make this as brief as possible. You know, I support teachers, I support paraprofessionals, I support the administrators, I support the custodians, I support the occupational therapists and the speech therapists, etc. I'd just like to call to question Article 7, call to question Article 8, and restrict both for reconsideration. Thanks.
Second. Excused because you asked to call the question on Article 8? 7, you can't call 8 yet because we haven't done 8, but you call the question on 7 because everybody at the mic's already spoken. So do we have a second on calling the question on 7? We have a second. Who did the second for the record, please? All in favor of calling the question? Raise your cards. Any opposed? The ayes have it. So calling the question, then Article 7 will appear on the ballot as written. Article 8 is the authorization for special meeting on cost items. Shall the voters of the school district, if Article 7 is defeated, the gentleman did move also to restrict reconsideration on Article 7. I believe he corrected it to 7. Do we have a second on the restriction? Second. We have a second on that. So all in favor of restricting Article 7, raise your cards. Thank you. Any opposed? The ayes have it. So moving on to 8, which is not amendable, and so we won't discuss it. Article 8, authorization for special meeting on cost items. Shall the voters of the school district, if Article 7 is defeated, authorize the Timberlane Regional School Board to call one special meeting at its option to address Article 7 cost items only. Majority vote required, recommended by the school board, 900. That's language by law, so that will appear on the ballot as written. Language by law will appear on the ballot as written. I don't believe we've covered Article 9 yet, am I correct? Okay, Article 9. This also is a collective bargaining agreement, discussable but non-amendable. 3-year collective bargaining agreement, Timberlane, certified occupational therapy assistants and speech-language pathology assistants. Shall the voters of the school district approve the cost items included in the collective bargaining agreement reached between the Timberlane certified occupational therapy assistants and speech-language Pathology Assistants Union and the Timberlane Regional School Board, which calls for the following increases in salaries and benefits at the current staffing levels over the amount paid in the prior fiscal year. Fiscal year 26-27, estimated increase $61,378. Fiscal year 27-28, estimated increase $17,292. Fiscal year 28-29, estimated increase $18,303. 3-year total of $96,973. And further to raise and appropriate the sum of $61,378 for the 26-27 fiscal year. Such sum represents the additional costs attributable to the increase in salaries and benefits required by the new agreement over those that would be paid at the current staffing levels. Majority vote required, recommended by the school board 801, recommended by the budget committee 600. Estimated education tax impact will be an increase as follows. Atkinson, 1 cent. Danville, 2 cents. Plastow, 1 cent. Sandown, 2 cents per 1,000. Motion to put this on the ballot is written.
So moved.
And I have a second. I couldn't tell who made the second. Shauna. Thank you. And Shauna, you're going to speak on this, I think.
Are you sure? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This warrant article pertains to a collective bargaining agreement covering certified occupational therapy assistants and speech-language pathology assistants. The bargaining unit includes 10 employees and represents a newly organized union within the Timberlane district, or recognized union, excuse me. The agreement clearly defines the roles and responsibilities of these staff members across the district. It also increases the amount of time the employees are present in our buildings, allowing for expanded direct support to students in both general education and special education settings, including those students on IEPs or individualized education programs. Additionally, the agreement establishes competitive wages intended to support employee retention and attract qualified candidates. So over time, this is expected to reduce the district's reliance on contracted services. And I yield my time.
Thank you. Recognize this lady on my right.
I'm still Tracy St. Clair from Teamsters Local 633. Good morning. Thank you for those of you who've remained. Again, we're asking for support for this warrant article for the collective bargaining agreement for the speech-language pathology assistants and the certified occupational therapy assistants. The importance of these employees in the lives of the students that they work with is immeasurable. The occupational therapy assistants and speech language pathology assistants work with these students that have disabilities to improve fine motor, sensory, and functional abilities, speech, language, voice, and language fluencies. These are all vital skills for life. These are very, very important items that we take for granted at times. These are just a limited amount of employees that cover so many aspects with these kids, and they have dedicated so much to them. Again, these are positions that in the public sector make much, much more money, and these employees have chosen to dedicate their time and their expertise to these kids time and time again. Some of these employees have been here for plenty of years. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. LeBrecq.
Ryan LeBrecq, 174 Main Street in Plastow. What's the reason for the 1801 on the school board?
One is absent usually, not present or abstained.
It was an abstention.
Okay, thank you. How many people are involved in this group?
10.
10, okay. Again, probably I'm sure a very deserving group, and again, I fear for this group as well, as I believe that with the activism on the budget side, I think it'll turn off the voter base and result in a activism against increases on warrant articles. I have 10 seconds left, but I yield the time.
Yes, sir.
Incredible group of people. I call to question Article 9 and move to restrict further conversation.
Second, Shauna Manthorn Plastow.
If you're in favor of calling the question, raise your card. Thank you. If you're opposed, raise your card. Question's called, so that article will appear on the ballot as written. Article 10, authorization for special meeting on cost items. This is non-amendable. Told there's a request to restrict reconsideration, Article 9, but I don't know who made it.
Shauna Manthorn Plastow.
We have a second.
Mark Sherwood Sandown.
Thank you. Motion made to restrict. If you're in favor, raise your cards. Thank you. If you're opposed, raise your cards. The ayes have it. Article 10, non-debatable. It'll appear on as written. Authorization for special meeting on cost items. Shall the voters of the school district, if Article 9 is defeated, authorize the Timberlane Regional School Board to call one special meeting at its option to address Article 9 cost items only. Majority vote required. Recommended by the school board, 900. That will appear on the ballot as written. I believe we already did Article 11.
Yes.
Thank you. Article 12, Capital Improvement and Maintenance Fund. Shall the Timberlane Regional School District raise and appropriate up to $250,000 to be placed in the Timberlane Regional School District Capital Improvement and Maintenance Fund, with this sum to come from the June 30th fund balance available for transfer on July 1, 2026. No amount to be raised from additional taxation. Majority vote required. Recommended by the school board, 810. Recommended by the budget committee, 600. Motion to put that on the ballot is written. And we have a second.
Second.
Motion made and seconded, and Mary Ann, I think you're going to speak on this too.
Yes, a warrant article similar to this has appeared on the ballot since the year after a capital reserve fund was established in 1996. From 1997 to 2015, the warrant articles were similar to this wording, where the unassigned fund balance was the source of the funds. From 2016 to 2025, the funds eligible for transfer were only funds that were apportioned as capital expenses. So this warrant article is a change to that.
Recognize this gentleman here on my right.
Chris Sidorick, C-I-T-O-R-I-K, Wood Drive, Atkinson. I move to call the question, and I move to restrict reconsideration.
Yes. We have a motion. Who seconded it? Made and seconded. If you're in favor of calling the question, raise your cards. Those opposed, raise your cards. The ayes have it. Question's called. There's no motion on the table, so Article 12 will appear on the ballot as written.
Make a motion to restrict for reconsideration Article 12.
Motion to restrict reconsideration. We have a second. Mark seconds that. If you're for restricting reconsideration, raise your cards. Thank you. If you're against, raise your cards. The ayes have it. Article 13, fund balance retention. So the school district vote to authorize indefinitely until rescinded to retain year-end unassigned general funds in an amount not to exceed in any fiscal year 2.5% of the current fiscal year's net assessment in accordance with RSA 198:4-B Roman numeral 2. Majority vote required, recommended by the school board, 801. Motion to put that on the ballot is written. And I have a second. I have a second on the main motion first. Mark, are you going to second that too?
Absolutely.
Okay. I would like, before we amend, to ask the speaker of this just to speak, and then I'll recognize you to amend it. Thank you. Mary Ann. I got it. No? Katie. Okay.
All right, good evening. Yes, so last year there was a warrant article that originally the board had a ability to keep 5%. There was a warrant article that rescinded that. It was the intentions of those petitioners for it to revert back to the 2.5%. Unfortunately, DRA stated that since that language was not in there, we could not go with intent, so therefore this past year we were not able to retain anything. So this year we're putting the warrant article back on so that we have the ability to retain 2.5%. Just a couple quick things about a fund balance retention. It's just a couple purposes it can be used for is for cash flow management, emergency reserves, and budget stabilization. So, thank you.
Do I have a motion to amend? Yeah, your motion is.
I'd like to make a motion to amend Article 13. Shall the school district vote to authorize indefinitely until rescinded to retain year-end unassigned general funds in the amount not to exceed in any fiscal year 1% of the current fiscal year's net assessment in accordance with RSA 198:4-B2, majority vote required.
Harley,
Again, this in first.
I know you spoke before, but can you give your name and address?
John Downing, Sandown.
Take that motion. Who's going to second it? Nolan Pelletier seconds it. So you pass your motion in. You signed it, right? Essentially, his motion is to delete 2.5% and insert in its place 1%. Would you like to speak on your motion, John?
So I was the original petitioner last year, and there was a lot of confusion. We did, after the vote and all the confusion, try to get this back to an amount of money that, a percentage that would actually be fair. We weren't trying to strap the administration on this one. So what I wanted to do is get it to 1%. If it stays at 2.5%, we could be talking $1 million plus on a typical budget. If we go to the 1%, it should calculate into the hundreds of thousands, probably won't go past $1 million in the next few years. We're just trying to keep it down into the hundreds of thousands of dollars and not strap the administration.
Thank you. I'll recognize the man on my right.
Yeah, I am speaking up not in approval of this, and I would like to call to question the motion.
We have a second on calling the question.
Chris Tardif Atkinson. Sorry.
For the record, could you give your name again? We have a motion to move the question and then take a vote. All those in favor of ending debate, raise your cards. Thank you. All opposed, raise your cards. The ayes have it. So now we need to vote on the motion to amend from 2.5% to 1%. If you're in favor of that motion, raise your cards if you're in favor. Thank you. Put them down. If you're opposed, raise your cards. Count. The Majority say no, so that motion fails. Any other discussion on the motion on the article as written? No more discussion on the article as written? So I'm going to call that and say that Article 13 will appear on the ballot as written.
Make a motion to restrict for reconsideration Article 13.
Motion to restrict reconsideration. Do we have a second?
Second.
Made and seconded. If you're in favor of restriction, hold your cards up. Thank you. If you're opposed, hold your cards up. The ayes have it. Article 13 is restricted. 14 is the kindergarten. We already covered that. 15, I believe, is our next article. Interest on invested lease proceeds. Shall the Timberlane Regional School District vote to raise and appropriate a supplemental appropriation for the current fiscal year up to $80,000 for the purpose for capital projects? This amount will be funded from existing revenues and represent the interest earned on the proceeds of the lease purchase agreement authorized by a vote on Article 3 at the March 14th, 2023 school district meeting. No amount to be raised from additional taxation. Majority vote required. Recommended by the school board 900, recommended by the budget committee 600. Motion to put that on the ballot is written. We have a motion made and we have a second. Mark seconds it. I wrote this down. Paul, you're talking on this?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Article 15 allows the district to appropriate up to $80,000 for capital projects using interest that has already been earned on previously approved lease purchase financing. This is not new borrowing and it does not raise taxes. Because this financing is structured as tax exempt municipal financing, there are federal IRS rules that govern how interest earned on those funds can be used. In short, if we don't properly authorize and spend the interest within the required timeframes for capital construction purposes, the district may be required to give that interest back under federal arbitrage rules. This article ensures we remain compliant with those IRS rules and allows the district to retain and apply the interest toward capital projects instead of losing the money. Our district's legal counsel has provided guidance on this. Both the school board and the budget committee recommended this article unanimously. This is about compliance, stewardship, and using funds wisely, not increasing taxes. Thank you.
State your motion.
Yep, so before everyone gets upset, I really don't think this is gonna be something that you guys all hate, so just hear it out. Shall the Timberlane Regional, this is what I want to amend it to. Shall the Timberlane Regional School District vote to raise and appropriate a supplemental appropriation in the amount not to exceed $80,000 for the sole and exclusive purpose of Pollard School Bathroom Vanity Capital Improvement Project? This appropriation shall be funded from existing interest earned on the proceeds of the lease purchase agreement authorized by a vote on Article 3 on March 14, 2023 school district meeting. No portion of these funds shall be expended for any other capital project or purpose.
Can you restate what your purpose was?
Yeah, like my intention behind this? Yeah.
The change.
Okay, so the change is for the sole exclusive purpose of the Pollard School Bathroom Vanity Capital Improvement Project. Pollard.
We have a second on our motion? Second. I'll take your motion so I can read it and have it. Thank you. You signed it.
Mr. Moderator, when you are ready, could I speak to the amendment?
I'm going to try to read the amendment again so we all know what it actually does. So it appears the amendment changes the language about the 80,000, doesn't amend the 80,000. It says in an amount not to exceed 80,000. And then it goes for the sole and exclusive purpose of the Pollard School Bathroom Vanity Capital Improvement Project. Second amendment is No portion of these funds shall be expended for any other capital project or purpose. Deleted, no amount to be raised from additional taxation.
Mr. Maury? Mr. Maury?
I don't know if she really intended to do that. You wish to delete, no amount will be raised from,
Oh, no, that should still be there then. I apologize.
you want that in there?
Yeah.
Okay. Attorney's thinking about the motion.
Point of information, there's actually no statute on interest earned off of an escrow account for a purchase lease agreement in the state of New Hampshire.
It's an I believe the speaker had referenced IRS regulations and tax.
But there is no statute in the state of New Hampshire on this.
I think he said there was one.
Can we get the legal opinion from the statute?
We're waiting, you're not at the mic, but we're waiting to find out if the motion's in proper order to limit the sole purpose to the Pollard School bathroom, so hang on.
That's okay. Because I think it's a subset of the general idea of capital projects, but I think there are concerns regarding the timing. Either one of us.
So the concern is around timing. Our understanding is the funds need to be expended by May of 2026, which is right around the corner from us. What I understood from the motion is you're focused on the Pollard bathroom and vanities and sinks, which was a CIP project. I think that was reduced through the Budget Committee. I appreciate you tying to that. I'd be concerned about executing that project and the timing before the funds escape the district.
With the second of her motion, I don't remember the gentleman, I think he's in the red shirt. Will you go along with her amendment to put back in no amount to be raised from additional taxation? John, you're okay with that? Okay, thank you. Recognize this gentleman.
Atkinson, speaking against the amendment. I'm going to guess you couldn't pronounce the name of the school. You probably don't know what the greatest needs are for the district. I trust the school board to make the right decision. I move to call the question.
That's frankly rude. It says a lot about you. So what I did to find this was I looked up in the capital improvement plan, because historically there's been a lot of distrust with the way that you guys are spending the money, last minute dumping funds different places. So this is something that the capital improvement plan has come up with that is a need for the district. So I didn't just make something up. I read all of the minutes from the capital improvement plans over the last 6 months, and this is something in the plan. Correct me if I'm wrong, school board. This is something in their plan for you guys to be doing, and I believe the estimate was $100,000. So this would contribute a good chunk of change to be able to complete those vanities, which my understanding was that they are leaking and that it's very much a need.
I couldn't see, but it was brought to my attention there's someone in the back at the handicap mic, so would you like to speak? Go ahead.
Nola Whitman. I haven't spelt my last name. Whitman. Sorry. Danville, New Hampshire, Hawk Lane. I was going to ask just one question, but now I have a second one. You said that would have to be expended by May?
Correct.
Could that not be encumbered? No? Okay, I didn't know. All right. I believe the intent was similar to what was done to the operating budget, that the bathrooms were recommended by CIP to be fixed, the cabinets, and that got cut, so they're trying to put it back in. That's how I see it.
Jack, answer her question or comment.
So, a little bit about the CIP. We had hundreds, and I'll get to the bathrooms in a second. We had hundreds of items on that, and we got it down basically to about a dozen items, maybe 15 items. And and a couple of those are very important. Now, it is right that it was on the CIP list to do this year, those policies, they're disgusting. But my question is, if you don't spend all that money, say that we don't even know how much that, would have to put it out to RFP, right? That takes at least a minimum of 14 days. Then we gotta do the RFP, sign the contracts, and I'm not too sure even we could get the equipment to get that done in time. But if we don't spend all $80,000, do we lose the balance of, so say they come to 60, we lose 20,000 as opposed to leaving that open-ended? And that's a question, not a.
The response from the attorney was, yes, you lose the money.
Okay.
That's my
I
understanding.
do believe the project is a worthy cause. They're absolutely disgusting, and they need to be fixed, and it will be addressed.
Correct.
Ryan Labreck, Labrecque, 174 Main Street, without an E on Main. Plastow. Not Plastow, Plastow, because I'm not a townie, that's how I pronounce it. With that said, I think the purpose of this, or the purpose of the amendment was instead of just leaving this open for you all to decide whatever you plan to use it for, it was to establish something to actually earmark it for that would get done. If it needs to be expended by May 26, what are your plans for spending it? What project are you going to use the funds for? And why won't you just list it in this warrant article for the use of this, so that the voter can say yay or nay whether they approve the use of these funds for that specific purpose, instead of leaving an open-ended problem? I'm aware.
Time's up, but does someone at the dais want to answer the question? Jack, did you want to answer the question? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, typically the way we do these things, the board gets together, the administration comes to us with a list of potential projects. I think the bathroom one is a very worthy one, but with the time constraints and quite frankly, with not knowing the exact amount because we don't have the bids in, I don't want to lose that money. I don't want to do a $60,000 project and it costs us, and we lose $20,000 on it. So that's, trust me, there are plenty of projects around the district that, so right now it's unidentified, but we have to use it or we're going to lose it. So would you prefer us to not use the money and get something done around campus?
Well, if it's
Hey,
unidentified,
Jack, I
then
think you
haven't-
answered his question and his time's up,
Then you
so
ha-
thank you.
Time is up.
Time's up, and he answered your question, Mr. Lebrecht. No further questions from you. Thank you. We have a lady behind you, the last lady to speak.
Hello, I'm Sarah Browning, and I'm from Montana Drive in Sandown. Since this is my first time speaking, may I please ask for maybe an extra minute or two?
Not up to me, it's up to the crowd and the voters.
Well, let's give it a go. I'll try to be quick.
Did you start her minute? She couldn't have 34 seconds. She just introduced herself. Yeah, restart her minute. All she did was tell us her name.
Basically, so I'm new to this, and so I don't mean to ask ignorant questions, and I don't want to sound like I'm pointing fingers or anything like that, but just to kind of piggyback off of what Brian was saying, I'm kind of seeing a lot of bucketized areas where money can probably go that we may or may not need to use, but we have potential projects that we might want to look into getting done, but we've got to use the money by a certain time, we got to use it or lose it, but then it's going to take 2 weeks to get the RFP, then we got to sign the contracts. And I hear a lot of bucketizing and theorizing and a lot of padding for where money could go, where it could be used, where it might be used, it might not. And so I just, I see all of the different, hey,
Your time's
please.
up. we have some order here, please? Could you be, ma'am, can you control yourself, please? Mr. LeBrecq, can you ask this lady to control herself, please? Can you please? Ma'am, can you just relax, ma'am, and wait a second? Mr. LeBrecq, were you going to make a motion? You weren't. Okay, I thought someone was going to try to help this lady so she'll calm down. I'm going to go to this gentleman since you're not making a motion. Do you have a motion, sir?
I was. I was going to call the question. I was going to call the question, right? I did. Yeah.
We have a motion, but we have a motion to call the question. The question is on the motion.
Mr. Moderator? Mr. Moderator, before we vote, could I ask one more question?
The question's been called.
Okay.
He wants us to just call the question on the motion, the amendment here that we have. Then we're going to come back, if the amendment fails, and discuss the main article again. Then you could ask a question, okay? So we're calling the question. If you want to call the question, raise your hand. Thank you. If you're opposed, raise your cards. The ayes have it. So we're voting now. I believe we're voting on the motion. So you've heard the motion, but I'm going to read it again. The amendment says to raise and appropriate a supplemental appropriation amount not to exceed $80,000 for the sole and exclusive purpose of the Pollard School bathroom vanity capital improvement project. This appropriation will be funded from existing interest earned on the proceeds of the lease purchase agreement authorized by a vote on Article 3 at the March 14th, 2023 school district meeting. No portion of these funds will be expended for any other capital purpose, no amount to be raised from additional taxation. That's our motion. If you're in favor of that motion, raise your cards. If you're against, raise your cards. Motion fails. Thank you. Back to the main motion.
Chris Tardiff Atkinson, I would love to see the board explore options to fix the bathroom at Pollard. I'm sure it's needed. But that being said, that wording that was just projected could be very restrictive. I'd like to call to question Article 15 as is.
A motion to call the question. Do we have a second? A motion made and seconded to call the question, and so the article will appear on the ballot as written if you call the question. If you're in favor, raise your cards. Thank you. If you're opposed, raise your cards. The ayes have it. So Article 15 was not amended. It will appear on the ballot as written.
Make a motion to restrict Article 15 for reconsideration.
Motion for restriction, seconded by Mark. If you're in favor of restriction, raise your cards. Thank you. If you're opposed, raise your cards. The ayes have it. We're almost done. Hang in there. Article 16, in-district full-day enrollment by petition. The voter petition. Shall the voters of Timberlane Regional School District authorize the district to develop and implement policy to remove all financial burdens from in-district full-day enrollment in order to fill available full-day enrollment slots whenever possible before the start of a new year? Boucher, you move to put this on the ballot as you wrote it?
I actually may amend it, but I'd like to speak to it first.
Your answer is yes. Do we have a second of Mr. Boucher's motion? Second, so that his petition warrant article, and then we can discuss it. I just need a second. Somebody just give their name for our clerk. Now, Mr. Boucher, you can talk on the motion or talk about why you want to amend it.
Sure.
You have 10 minutes.
Yep. So I just want to explain my petition in a few steps. First, I want to discuss the problem, identify an opportunity, explain my intent for this article, and talk about its benefits. And I have a few slides to accompany what I have to say. Next slide. Oh. So here's the problem. There's an academic learning gap at the early education level due to financial differences among families. Every parent has a different relationship to education. Some families prioritize the need for early education and have the financial means to provide it for their child. This means some children receive early education as soon as 6 months old through private care. Some families enroll the children when they are toddlers, also through private care. Some wait until age 3 when they can enter preschool. The district offers a tuition-based preschool program. Private providers offer full-day and half-day tuition-based preschool. There are free limited space and limited time programs that exist at our local libraries with the parents present. Both public and private options exist for 4-year-olds at the pre-kindergarten level. By the time a child is 5 years old, public and private full-day tuition-based kindergarten is available. Half-day kindergarten will be the first and only meaningful free option to receive early education within the district. There are many options for early education, yet the best opportunities all require paying tuition. I believe a child should not lose educational opportunities just because their family is less affluent. Next slide, please. I believe the district has an opportunity to take advantage of early education we already pay for as taxpayers. Just so you're aware, per policy IIB, a kindergarten classroom can have a maximum of 20 students. A district prepares for incoming students by estimating how many are expected to enroll. Then they determine the number of classrooms needed to accommodate for that number of students. Next slide. For example, if the district expects 50 students, there will be 3 classrooms prepared. 3 classrooms can handle 60 students. As part of the process of preparing these classrooms at any grade level, money is appropriated in order to pay for staff, resources, utilities, etc. Next slide, please. Let's go back to my example of 50 students enrolled. Assume school is about to start and the district is aware 10 slots are available. These slots are already paid for. Nobody's utilizing them. The intent of my petition is to allow some families to take advantage of those available slots if a family cannot afford to enroll in full day, but would like to before the start of a new school year. There would be no additional cost to anyone because taxpayers have already funded these enrollments. I view this situation as a way to be more efficient with our money we've already spent. Instead of letting the money go to waste, let's have a few children have an opportunity. Next slide. Why should we consider this article? Let's talk about the benefits of full-day kindergarten versus half-day. Kindergarten in general is better than no exposure to education. Children who experience a school setting for the first time in first grade typically struggle regardless of their academic or cognitive abilities. Children who are new to the school in first grade need extra time to adjust to structure in order to be successful and learn. Next slide. Kindergarten provides these children with an opportunity to learn classroom structure and expectations. Full-day kindergarten has an advantage over half-day kindergarten by a regular length of day, allowing for extra learning opportunities such as unified arts, small group instruction, science, and social group activities. Next slide. While half-day kindergarten has value, full-day kindergarten will always have the advantage. Here are some of the benefits of full-day kindergarten. Improved reading and math scores as a result of extended instructional time, better social and emotional development and skills by interacting with peers longer, and more opportunity to learn from teachers how to navigate feelings. Reduce achievement gaps as a result of more instructional time, providing opportunity to identify students in need of early intervention. Higher graduation rates as a result of establishing a positive relationship with education at an early age. And greater parent involvement as a result of having an additional grade which tracks student progress. And that's all I really have to say about this particular petition. I do want to say that the school board's petition is the correct way to go, because my petition is really kind of putting a Band-Aid on a problem. We really should be offering kindergarten to everyone, providing an opportunity to everyone. And if we really do care about the success of our children, this is definitely the best way to go about doing it.
Thank you. We have a lady in the back, I'm told, would like to talk.
Point of order, Mr. Moderator. Point of order. It's getting late, we're almost done, but I would really like for us to coast in the rest of the way with a little bit of mutual respect for each other without some of the snide comments from the peanut gallery. Let's all just behave the rest of the way in, please.
Be a nice
Thank
way
you.
to end the night, and that was like rule number 3 of my rules, that we'll treat each other with respect and courtesy. So I hope we can do that as we finish. But thank you, but the lady in the back had been waiting to speak.
NOLA Women, 40 Hawk Lane, Danville, New Hampshire. I would like to motion to amend this article. And let me explain. I'm trying to clean it up a little bit so it sounds, when people read it, they have an idea. So if people like it, you'll vote that way. Okay. I motion to amend as follows. Strike through, shall the voters of the Timberlane Regional School District authorize the district, and add instead, if Article 14 fails, to allow the Timberlane School Administration to do an in-depth study to allow the district to develop and implement policy to remove all financial burdens from in-district full day and add the word kindergarten enrollment in order to fill available full day enrollment slots whenever possible before the start of the new year. Also add, this study must include a review of Section 3 of the Articles of Agreement regarding, in quotes, pupils in the pre-existing district shall be assigned by the regional board to attend elementary school in the pre-existing district in which they reside, end quote.
Have a second for her motion to amend. Name again for the record. John seconded it. Can we have the motion? Somebody bringing it up, signed. I can paraphrase, basically, it's related to Article 14. If it fails, and then it becomes an advisory study. Am I correct, ma'am?
Yes.
I'll read it again, but that's what it does. If Article 14 fails, the motion is to allow the Timberlane School Administration to do an in-depth study to allow the district to develop and implement policy to remove all financial burdens from in-district full-day kindergarten is added, enrollment in order to fill available full-day enrollment slots whenever possible before the start of the new school year. Adding, this study must include a review of Section 3 of the Articles of Agreement regarding pupils in the pre-existing district shall be assigned by the regional school board to attend elementary schools in the pre-existing district in which they reside. So that's her motion, basically turning the article into a study committee if Article 14 fails. Questions and discussion on her motion?
For me?
Is there anybody at the mic that wants to just talk about her motion? I thought she did.
I just read the motion. I can explain why.
Go ahead.
Okay.
She has 1 minute, and it's on the clock.
I will do my best. Minute's not very long. Anyways, obviously, if Article 14 passes, we don't need this. It's pretty much doing exactly what was written in the CP to allow the district to develop and implement policy, but to see if it's feasible to do this. But my concern is, in Article 3 of the agreement, the first 5 years that we just discussed are supposed to, the students are supposed to be attending schools within their own, wherever they live. And that's, I think that would be changing the Article of the agreement to include the ability to put in district students in other towns.
Thank you. Assume you're done. On her motion, Mr. LeBrec's in line.
Yes, sir. Ryan LeBrec, 174 Main Street, Plastow. On the motion. The reason why I believe this should be advisory is pretty simple, actually. By implementing this, you are creating a situation where you are, I guess, assigning to who I don't know the ability or the task of figuring out who is more deserving of the slot, the few slots that may be available. And so I feel that that could be very discriminatory. I also feel that it could bring some litigation to the district for parents that may not be selected for the open slots. So for that reason, I think there needs to be more consideration of how this would be implemented and more language associated with that to clarify and ensure that that's not the case.
Thank you. Time.
Thank
Next
you.
in line. The motion to amend.
Nick Wormald, Sandown, Pine Ridge Circle. That was the only valid point I think I've heard out of that all night long. It's a good one. I think overall there should be some type of committee put together, unpaid, all right, to talk with you people, the board, and the administrators about what's going on to build up the trust in the community. And then at that point, I'm sure everyone's salary will go down because we'll probably get new people. Thank you.
Go to this mic.
Evan Carrippus, Sandown, call the question, the amendment.
Motion to call a question. Who seconded it? In favor of calling the question, raise your cards. Opposed, raise your cards. Ayes have it. Now we're calling the question on the motion to amend the article as I read it, to do an in-depth study, and then with the other language that we had that I read. If you're in favor of Whitman's motion, please raise your card. If you're opposed, raise your cards. Names we should count, because it's hard for me to tell in this light. It looked kind of close. So if you're in favor, raise your cards and don't put them down till my assistants tell you you can put them down. If you're in favor of the amendment, raise your cards. Thank you. You can put your cards down. If you're against the motion, raise your cards. While we're waiting, I'll ask my assistant moderators when the night concludes tomorrow, which we're already into, see me before you leave, please. And I'll say this because I know everybody's going to want to leave as soon as we're done. Remember, March 10th is your second session to actually vote at the ballot. In favor of the motion, 75. Opposed to the motion, 105. Motion fails. Yes, sir.
All right, I would like to make a motion to amend this article. So it reads, Timberlane is mandated by the state to offer tuition-free half-day kindergarten for all who want it. Timberlane also offers optional tuition-based full-day kindergarten per a previously passed warrant article. Classrooms and teachers are established at the elementary school as needed. These classrooms often have open enrollment spots.
Excuse me, that whole thing is your amendment?
Yes, I'm almost done. Anyway, open enrollment slots that could be filled which have no additional cost to the district. Shall the voters of the Timberlane Regional School District authorize the district to develop and implement policy to waive all financial obligation from in-district full-day enrollment in order to fill available open full-day enrollment slots before the start of a new school year?
We have a second on that motion? Whoever seconded, name and address. So I'll read it again because it's quite lengthy. He deletes basically the entire article that he presented, and he has a new article, same topic, but very lengthy. Timberlane is mandated by the state to offer tuition-free half-day kindergarten for all who want it. Timberlane also offers optional tuition-based full-day kindergarten per a previously passed warrant article. Classrooms and teachers are established at every elementary school as needed. These classrooms often have open enrollment spots that could be filled, which will have no additional cost to the district. Shall the voters of Timberlane Regional School District authorize the district to develop and implement policy to waive all financial obligations from in-district full-day enrollment in order to fill available open day enrollment slots before the start of a new year?
Mr. Moderator, point of clarification, did that read as mandated by the state of New Hampshire because they don't mandate it?
They do.
I believe they mandate half-day, and that's what it says. He says it mandates half-day. Timberlane is mandated to offer tuition-free half-day kindergarten. It's a long article to understand. He has the intro, which I don't know how it's applicable to the rest, but really, to me, it looks like I would focus on, shall the voters of Timberlane School District authorize the district to develop and implement policy to waive all financial obligations from in-district full-day enrollment in order to fill available open day enrollment slots before the start of the new school year? We have a motion made and seconded. Why don't we go to the motion and let's get it done? So if you're in favor of his motion to amend, you want to speak to his motion? Okay, Jim, go ahead. Turn on the mic, please.
Oh, thank you very much. Hey, Jim Garrity, regular citizen, 14 East Road, Atkinson. Brother, I love you, and I love your passion for this. But I'm against this amendment for two reasons. It's too long and it's going to confuse the voters. And secondly, I know this because I'm a moderator, and in town we have to pay to have the budget, the ballot printed. This is going to take up more space in the school district ballot, which means it will probably cost more to print it. And so I'm a cheapskate, and I think the one you have in here is just fine. The wording just, so that's why I'm against it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Moderator?
That gentleman was standing, and then we'll go to
Okay.
you.
Sorry, Jack.
No problem,
I want to
Chris.
call to question Article 16 and move to restrict any further conversation.
See what you just did to me? Unbelievable.
Jack, if it wasn't so late at night, I might give you a chance, but I
So-
think I'm tired,
so
and you're all
actually-
tired. I got a motion to move the question.
Second.
I got 1,000
Come
questions.
on, guys.
All right.
If you're in favor of the gentleman's article amendment, please raise your card.
Yes.
Well, that's going to be, and if you're against, raise your cards. Okay, motion fails, amendment fails. So we're back to the main motion. Any more discussion?
I have a question. So, and this is probably for legal. If we were to waive it, who does the actual waiving? Would it be the administration? Would it be the school board? I mean, I wouldn't even know procedurally how you would do that.
Jack, this article is purely advisory. All of these decisions rest solely with the school board and in its discretion. The legislative body doesn't have the authority to dictate these things to the school board.
Thank you.
All right?
You're going to motion to call the question?
No, but I do have a motion, Mr. Moderator.
You have a motion? Go ahead.
I motion to make this, just adding two words to the end, advisory only.
I'll second that.
It is. It is.
It is, sorry. Is it advisory?
The town attorney, the school attorney said it already is advisory, although it doesn't say it.
Oh, well then, I didn't know it was implied. I call the question then.
There's no more motions to amend, then we don't need to call the question. The article will appear on the ballot as written. Somebody want to restrict reconsideration?
So moved.
So moved.
Mark does, okay. And we got a second. If you're in favor of restriction, raise your cards. Thank you. If you're opposed, raise your cards. Article is restricted. Thank you. Now, just for the sake of clarification, I honestly can't remember because it's been a long day and night and tomorrow. I'm going to read just for the record Article 10, which is not debatable and not amendable. It's going to appear on the ballot as written because we can't figure out if I read it after Article 9. I did. I thought I did.
Sir,
We're just checking. We don't want to miss it. And even if I missed it, the law says it'll go on the ballot as written. So I did read Article 10. So Article 10 will go on the ballot as written. And I know you've been waiting all night for me to say this. The last warrant article. 17. Taxpayer funds for overnight student trips by petition. To see if the district will vote that no taxpayer funds shall be used to support, subsidize, or reimburse any cost associated with overnight student trips, including lodging, transportation, meals, staff, supervision, expenses, or incidentals, regardless of educational purposes, and to require that all overnight trips be funded exclusively through non-taxpayer sources, and to authorize the school board to implement policies consistent with this restriction. This article is intended to promote fiscal responsibility and ensure that taxpayer funds are used equitably for core educational purposes while allowing families and organizations to support optional overnight travel experiences independently. Recommended by the school board, 090. And that reminds me, I didn't read the recommendation on Article 16, but it's written and it'll appear as written, recommended. 16 was recommended by the school board, but it really wasn't, 072. This article, again, really wasn't recommended, 090. The petitioner is Kayla Gallagher. I assume you moved to put this on the ballot as written?
I do.
And I assume Mr. Pelletier is going to second that?
Yes.
Sure. Okay, and Kayla, would you like to speak? You have 10 minutes.
I would, and I will try to be very quick and not 10 minutes or even close to it. So thank you for, I was going to say allowing me to speak, but I guess I'm forcing you guys to let me speak this time. I put forth this petition because although this is not a significant portion of our budget, every dollar does add up. Every dollar we spend should be analyzed and determined if it is a necessary expense. I believe it is unacceptable to ask the community and struggling families and older adults living on Social Security to pay for something that they cannot afford themselves. I wonder how many taxpayers have been able to travel to Europe this past year, Washington, D.C., or any trips in general. Yet you are asking them to cover the cost of students when they cannot afford that themselves. You ask them to pay for trips for students when they are choosing between buying food and paying for their heating bill. The mentality of it's just $30,000 a year is exactly why I think we are in this financial mess. The other thing is the equitability. So we pay for, I was told, half of the government club's funds to go and go to conferences. However, we require other programs to completely fundraise their own programs, so it does not seem very equitable to me. So I will urge taxpayers to vote yes on this bill. This bill does not stop overnight field trips from occurring or affect any day field trip funding at all, despite Chris Tardif thinking it would. There was no ulterior motive. It simply stops the taxpayers' dollars from being used towards overnight trips. It's that simple. Kids can still go on these trips. It just does not come out of our wallets. And that is it.
Thank you.
And I am not mean-spirited, Mr. Paul McLean. And Nolan is not idiotic.
That
and
was me.
I think bullying.
I was the one
Okay,
referred to as
Sherwood,
being
I am not
Thank you.
mean-spirited.
Thank
Nolan
you.
is not. And
Thank you.
I did not say any of that. I don't know where it came from, but I didn't say it.
I can rewatch those videos, but what I would like to say is the bullying in the district is out of control. I'm waiting for my right to know on that, and it starts at the school board.
Go to my right.
My name's Brian Stack, 20 Partridge Lane, Plastow. I'm the president of probably the largest booster organization that sends students on overnight trips. I can tell you that not a single dime of taxpayer money is used when we send kids on music trips to Walt Disney World or wherever else they go. They're funded by families with one important exception. If we have a student on a medically fragile 504 IEP and they need assistance from the district, that is provided by the district as required by law. I'm worried that this, as written, puts us in potential liability. Is the option there that we can make a motion to postpone indefinitely? Because if so, I'd like to do that.
No, that's not an appropriate motion at this deliberative session.
Okay? Then I'm pointing that out as a something to consider.
Mr. Pelletier.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I am in favor of this warrant article, and I think what she said makes sense. And I'm going to be relatively quick. I'm going to use some of my time for a point of privilege. And the point of privilege is, I don't mind. I am a night owl. I thrive at this time. But I think it would behoove the board to make it on a Saturday. All the other towns have already had their deliberative, and I believe that's this Saturday would have been the last Saturday. Whether or not you agree with me or I agree with you, I appreciate the debate, but I think it should be done in the daylight. And
Nolan, thank you, but that has nothing to do with the warrant article, and you made your point.
That was my point of privilege, because I see some sleepy
You don't have a point
people.
of privilege, Nolan, but thank you. You made your point.
Some people think I do.
You made your point. Thank you. Go here. Thank you. To my right.
Evan Karpis, Sandown, Little Mill Road. Call the question.
Motion to call the question. Do I have a second? Second. Who did the second?
Atkinson.
Okay, all those in favor of calling the question, raise your hand. Raise your cards. Thank you. If you're opposed, raise your cards. Okay, the question was called, but there's no motion on the floor. So Article 17 will appear on the ballot as written. And I believe, if I'm not incorrect, that ends all the warrant articles. We have a motion to restrict reconsideration on 17, and we have a second. Who seconded it? Okay. And Holly Patterson. And those in favor of restriction, raise your cards. Thank you. Those opposed, raise your cards. Article 17 is restricted, but I am adjourning and closing tonight's deliberative session. Thank you all for your patience and your time.